person is diseases like thyroid problems. And then you do a psychological evaluation, which looks at cognitive skills, academic skills, visual motor skills, personality issues, emotional issues. And the reason why we do that and just don't give them a checklist for ADHD is because many people can have ADHD symptoms and not have ADHD. For example, a child could be very anxious for whatever reason, and he will come out as if he has ADHD, but his primary, it's not really ADHD. He's just having these symptoms because he's anxious. Am I still on? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I heard noise, that's why. So I look at everything before I decide if a child's ADHD. The three symptoms to have ADHD are inattention, and I'm not going to go through all the details because I don't have enough time. But the one I see the most often is poor handwriting and spelling problems. They often have trouble keeping attention on tasks or play activities. They often seem like they're not listening when they're spoken directly to. They have trouble following instructions, have trouble organizing activities, often avoid tasks that they don't want to do, and can be very forgetful in daily activities. They're forgetful because they didn't really listen to what you said in the first place. So then they forgot what you said because they didn't actually get it inside their memory. Hyperactivity is different. Hyperactivity, I think we all know what hyperactivity is. Kids that fidget and rock in their chair, and they have to run around in a circle, and they're like, driving everybody crazy. They can't be quiet. They're always loud. They're always on the go. They often talk excessively. And most often in class, you see them rocking back and forth, which actually helps them concentrate, by the way. Impulsivity is the third symptom. And that is when a child is blurting out answers before questions have been finished, has trouble waiting their turn, or interrupts or intrudes when other people are talking. So based on these three different symptoms of ADHD, you don't have to have all three. And so there's different types of ADHD. There's the one type is called predominantly hyperactive impulsive type. Another is predominantly inattentive type. Now, this is interesting because in the old days, we used to call that type ADD, and you still hear people use that term. Oh, I'm not ADHD, I'm ADD. Well, now it's called inattentive type of ADHD. So they changed the words, but it all means the same. Or you can have a combination of both. So there's three different types of ADHD. People often ask, what are the causes of ADHD? Well, there seems to be no one thing. It can be biological. Oftentimes you see it run in families. It can also be a form of brain damage, like if you had trouble, a child is born significantly premature, like 3 months premature, or they had problems at birth. There's also, it accompanies other disorders, such as autistic children often also have a diagnosis of ADHD or Tourette's syndrome. So a diagnosis can only be made by a mental health professional or a psychiatrist. So I've already told you how we do the testing. So if I'm observing, sorry. So if I see a child with ADHD symptoms, I don't really know why he has those symptoms. And he may be just, for example, maybe a child has ADHD symptoms, but he's also having trouble reading. Okay, what's causing which? Is the ADHD symptoms causing problems reading, or is his dyslexia causing the ADHD symptoms? And that's why testing is so important. ADHD is managed by two ways, by behavior management strategies, both at school and at home, and with or without medication. Due to side effects of the medication, it's best to always start with the behavior strategies, especially with little kids. For little kids, well, the first thing you have to worry about with little kids who have ADHD, especially the hyperactive type, is they have a high rate of injury. So you have to make sure the house is safe. Keep potential household items and tools and equipment away from children. They're often in the emergency ward because they took they were experimenting with something and took a bottle of pills, or they stepped on something sharp, and so you really have to make sure that everything in your house is childproof. Positive reinforcement strategies help self-esteem. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. When you're talking with a child with ADHD, always have them repeat back directions, because they often just nod their head and haven't been listening. They don't have a clue of what you said. Provide more frequent and immediate feedback, like good, thank you, you did a great job, thanks for telling me that. And that helps them try to repeat these same behaviors. A common behavior strategy that I usually recommend to parents, and it's often used in the classroom, is positive reinforcement schedule. For example, it could be a daily schedule list that a parent might put on the refrigerator. And it may have a checklist, and it may have only 3 things on the checklist that the child has to do that day, such as make his bed, do 1/2 hour of homework, does not argue with his sister. And he gets a point for each one of those things he does, okay? Now, what I always tell parents is this isn't true of all kids. Every child has their own thing that they like, but for some kids who love computers, for example, at the end of the day, say, okay, do you have 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points? If you have 1 point, you get 10 minutes of computer time after dinner. If you have 2 points, you get 20 minutes. If you have 3 points, you get 30 minutes. And then you don't give them computer time any other time. They have to earn it. So they are more interested in buying into the idea that they're going to earn something. It doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be candy. It can be a privilege. I've seen parents say, okay, if you've done all these 3 things today, you can stay up later, not go to bed so early. 10 extra minutes to go to bed. So the main thing is, don't have too many things that you're working on. Don't overwhelm a child with like 10 or 12 things that he has to do every day. And make sure that he gets something. There's something he can get. Or they lose interest very, very fast and won't do the behavior chart anymore. In the classroom, it also works. And maybe some of the goals in the classroom is being able to sit through this particular class and not talk to others, or it could be sitting in a seat, or it could be I don't know, think of something, doing his work, doing his reading assignment. Now, he might not be able to do all 3 of those, so he should be able to earn something just for getting 1. And then it's like a big deal if he gets all 3. Sometimes you can even have a bonus. If they get all 3, they get even a double bonus, like they get to double their computer time. And so these are the kinds of things we do. Now, you may ask, why do we do this? Are we just bribing kids? Well, excuse me, but if all of you have jobs and your boss came in and told you, listen, for every client that you bring to us, we will give you a bonus of $1,000. I think you'd be out there looking really hard to get extra clients. But if your boss said, listen, if you don't get 10 clients by the end of the week, I'm going to deduct your paycheck. And everybody would go, oh, that doesn't sound fun. So it's kind of the same idea. Everybody wants something positive, and we do this because we want children to learn how to do it to themselves. We want them also to be able to do it. Children do, I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to go into too many strategies. Adults also have ADHD. They often don't outgrow it. It just sort of changes sometimes. Some children become less hyperactive. And so that looks like they're not ADHD, but they may still have trouble with inattention. And it might even keep them from getting a job. I know a man who runs 30 minutes every morning before he goes to work, and that helps him with his day. Just having that thing. I know another person who cannot watch TV unless she's on her bicycle machine. That's something about multitasking helps ADHD people. I know another person and who close to my heart who has to knit when she has a conversation with people. It's the only way she can sit and focus and talk to somebody without fidgeting and wanting to get up and go do something else. She's just totally calm. So there's lots and lots of strategies. My daughter's ADHD, and when she was in college, she was really worried because she had roommates, and she was worried that because she was so messy, and I don't mean messy, I mean messy, that nobody would want to live with her. So I told her, she also loved to read. Reading was her passion. So I introduced her, this is back in the 90s, to audiobooks. And I said, you can only listen to audiobooks when you're cleaning. I can tell you those apartments, she was with a toothbrush down at the edges, cleaning the edges of the door because she didn't want to stop reading. So, and she, to this day, she still does the same thing. So I'm not going to go, I have a lot of strategies I could share with you, but I think that could be a whole nother class, and lots of examples. But people with ADHD, they struggle, and sometimes you don't even seeing them struggle because they're good at hiding it. But they have to really, and if they're doing something they like I said, they do it better than anybody else. I think Dr. Mike is going to talk to you about what it's like to be an adult with ADHD. And so you'll hear firsthand how difficult it is. One of the things that parents here say a lot is they go, oh, I don't want to put my kid on medication, etc. Well, I understand that because I feel the same a lot of the times. However, one of the risks with ADHD teenagers and young adults is they have a very high rate of substance abuse. And the reason why is they discovered that some drugs make them feel calm and they feel normal. So sometimes when parents are kind of not sure what they want to do, I say, well, you can get a prescribed ADHD medication that has like 50 years of research, or your child will just pick one for himself. And that does happen quite a bit. So I'm not pushing drugs. I'm just saying that always consider that, especially if you see that your child may be going in that direction and think, okay, he's ADHD, maybe I should really consider the good medication. So this is a brief overview of ADHD, and I really would love to do another talk sometime on all the different strategies, because I know everybody's going out, okay, well, you're telling me what it is, but tell me how to fix it. Okay, I will tell you how to fix it. But right now, I just want you to know what it is. Did I keep within my 15 minutes?
I think you did. don't see my timer waving any flags at me, so I think you did. So very well done,
Okay.
Kathy.
Okay.
Awesome.
So are there people with questions? I
Any
don't hear
questions out
anything,
there?
so.
You have a question? Oh, we have a question, yes.
Good morning. I was wondering, do girls present differently than boys or vice versa?
That's a very good question. Thank you for asking that question. Girls tend to have more the inattentive type, the type we used to call ADD. They're the ones, you all knew these girls in high school. Remember the girls that used to just draw little daisies on their picture, on their paper, and weren't listening to the teacher and staring out the window? Those are more often the ADHD type kids. They're not really listening to the teacher, they're distracted. If somebody asked them a question, they probably couldn't answer the question because they weren't listening. So yes, boys tend to be more hyperactive. I think there's research that supports that, and that's my professional observation as well. But it's not necessarily completely true.
Absolutely. Great question. Thank you. Any other questions?
If not, I'll give some more examples.
Good
Any more
morning. Morning,
questions?
Kathy.
Oh, hi.
This is Kathy to Kathy.
Hi.
You mentioned that you made a recommendation that persons should make visiting a psychiatrist as part of the diagnostic process.
Yeah. Diagnosis can be made by a psychologist. The only reason you go to a psychiatrist is if you want medication.
Okay.
Yeah, I learned.
So, and the psychologist can I can diagnose your child with ADHD, but I'm not a medical doctor. So either a psychiatrist or a medical doctor could read my report and then give you the medication. I can't personally because I'm not a doctor.
All right. Any other questions?
Hi, Kathy. This is Dr. Lewis. So just if you could just briefly touch on some of the medical conditions that might be mixed up with ADHD. In your experience, if you've come across any, because one I can think of might be like hyperthyroidism. So
exactly.
If you have, if you have anything else, and why it's important to have the medical assessment done.
Yeah, hyperthyroidism. That's a good one, actually. That's very common. And also, like I said, brain damage or other kind, like car accidents. I remember when I was working as a school psychologist, an absolutely brilliant boy got in a car accident, and he had ADHD symptoms, as a result of that car accident. It could also happen with Tourette's. I don't know if you're familiar with Tourette's disorder. But one of it often accompanies Tourette's disorder. Anxiety, oftentimes, it looks like ADHD, but it's actually not. So I guess that's not really the same. And ADHD often accompanies depression. And there's one thing that's really important, if I can bring it up here, is that bipolar disorder and ADHD often look exactly the same in childhood. So ADHD kids, most of the time are just ADHD, but and a small percentage of kids that end up being bipolar, I hope all of you know what that is. That's what we used to call manic depression. They look like they have ADHD when they're a kid. And the difference I notice is that they have much more of an emotional component. Like they're not just like, having being disorganized or hyperactive, but maybe they're screaming at the top of their lungs and and like over angry. That doesn't mean every over angry ADHD kid is bipolar, but a lot of I've seen that particular pattern. Any other questions?
I actually have a question for you, Kathy.
Yeah.
So, in terms of diagnosis, especially with women or females, one of the things I've discovered, and I'll share this later on a personal note, is that a lot of women, especially those of us in our 40s, are often misdiagnosed with having ADHD because some of the perimenopausal symptoms present as ADHD. I was just wondering if there's anything you can share about that. Like, how then do you encourage your doctor to make the right diagnosis for you?
Go to a woman doctor. Probably. Well, it is true when you go through perimenopause, oftentimes you have emotional reactions, like maybe you snap at people or angry or easier. And sometimes those, and so if you already have ADHD, it probably makes it worse. So maybe you can keep good control of your, anger and stuff like that. But once you're going through perimenopause, suddenly you don't hold back. So I think if you go to the doctor and you think you have ADHD and he tries to tell you it's perimenopause, say, well, actually, I have a long history of these same symptoms. And I would really prefer if you could evaluate me for ADHD as well. He might say, it's not just for perimenopause. I had a friend who just died of pancreatic cancer, and because she went to the doctor and said she had stomach problems, he says, oh, honey, you're 80. Of course you're going to have stomach problems. It's just your age. Well, she died 11 days later. But the point is oftentimes doctors sort of talk down to older women and write it off. I don't think they do that as much to men. Is anybody there?
Thank you. No, we're just reflecting on that. Kathy. That's
sorry,
harsh.
I didn't mean to freak everybody out, but I started noticing that doctors will always try to write off your symptoms of having to do with your age.
Yeah. Definitely a tough one. All right, well, we've got about 3 minutes. Any final questions for Kathy?
Well, I can give you one example of a kid that we worked with at ADHD and how we were able to work with them in the school. And we had a child who was 8 years old with ADHD. He was at a private international school in Georgia, where I'm living, the country, not the state. And he was running around and they were going to kick him out because they couldn't deal with him. He was just way over the top, hyperactive and temper tantrums and hiding under the desk. And the director of the school said, that's it, he's going. So unfortunately, the mother was with the military and was being shipped off to Iraq or Afghanistan, I can't remember which. And so they really needed to be in Georgia. So if he got kicked out of that school, that family was going to have to go back to the US. So they asked us to come in and help. And so I evaluated him. Yes, he did have ADHD. And some of the I'm not going to go through the whole story about him, but some of the strategies that really did work with him, and actually this was a recommendation from a speech therapist, and you'll be shocked, is chewing gum. Because remember I was talking about multitasking? He would chew gum and that actually helped his concentration. Also, children should be allowed to rock in their chair as long as they're not being super disruptive. But ADHD kids like to rock a lot, and that actually helps their concentration. So you don't discourage them. Anyway, this kid, he had small breaks to walk around and stand up. He had a point chart. I can't remember. It's been years, so I can't remember what he was earning, but it seems like it was Lego kits or something. His parents, he got points for getting happy notes home from the teacher. Anyway, the end result was that he was able to stay in school. Now, he still had ADHD, and he definitely was not the easiest child in the world, but we were able to support him for him to stay in school. So that's a system how it works. And it really works best if the parents and the teachers work together, because you can have some rules at home, and if it's not at school, and if it's not backed up by at home, sometimes it doesn't work as well. So that was my example. One of my examples I was gonna use.
All right, thank you, Kathy. I think we had one more question, but do you think you can ask it during the panel discussion, or it's specifically to Kathy? During the panel is fine? Okay, thank you. We're at time now, so thank you very, very much, Kathy. Truly appreciate you being here with us today.
Very much. And I hope to see you guys all again. I'm dying to go back to the BVI. So anyway, I may be slipping out at some point because I'm giving this dinner.
Awesome. All right, if I can ask the panel to start making their way up to the stage. So for this segment, it's going to be a bit interactive. I've got with us the very famous Dr. Mike. And he's going to lead us in a conversation around what ADHD looks like for, you see it's happening right now. This is ADHD at its best. Can I have my phone back? Thank you.
I love this guy too, anyway.
Oh, Kathy is still watching you, Mike. So we have with us two teachers, one from primary, one from secondary. We've got Kate Mallon, she's awesome counselor person. My dear friend Claire, we both have teenage sons with ADHD, and Dr. Mike. So take it away, Doc.
Hi, good morning to everybody. And it's so great to be here, so great that we are here to talk about this. And I want to give a big shout out to Simone and the entire team for taking this courageous step. I remember when we met maybe 8 years ago. It would be 8 years ago, and we are here. This is amazing, first of all, and encouraging to see so many parents, mental health professionals, teachers, administrators be here on this inaugural. And I was just taking pictures to lodge to the local board, so this could become mandatory for people to become CEU accredited to get some CEU training hours for this. Now, I just thought we didn't think about that before. So thank you to Kathy, who's a great friend, and we've done some amazing work together, and all of those are here on the panel. So we want to facilitate this conversation on ADHD and how we are able to do this. Yes? So we are just hoping for us to be able to have a conversation where we could include you in terms of how this manifests and with this amazing panel. So I will give everyone like 30 seconds to a minute to be able to say where you're speaking from, why this topic is important to you, and then we'll go from there. So we'll start on this far end.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamika George. I am a special ed teacher at Ennis Adams Primary.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miss Marsha Pemberton, and I am teaching at the Elmostor High School as a special educator, specifically teaching science.
And all right, this is not a resume. Like, why is this topic important to
It
you?
is important because special ed is something that I've been doing teaching for a few years. And when I first started, I was an aide, and then I grew to love what I did. And I went to school to further my education so I could be an asset to my kids. Can you hear me? Okay, I was saying that special ed is an area that I grew to love. I started about maybe 13 years ago as an aide at a particular school, and then I went away to become a special ed teacher because I realized there was a need in the BVI, and I came back home so I can be an asset to my community and my home.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kate Mallon. I'm the Cedar School Counselor. Before becoming a school counselor, my background was applied behavioral analysis, so mostly with kids with autism, but also ADHD and any additional needs. I myself have ADHD. I've been diagnosed for a long time and gone through all the supports that Canada has to offer. And so I feel like I have a lot of information to share, but also it's near and dear to my heart because I understand what growing up with ADHD is like.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Claire Cotreau. I have an 18-year-old son with ADHD, so I have been through everything from the start through to now he's at college, and I think that what Simone is doing here is incredible, providing a way for everybody to feel like they're not alone and share their knowledge is a wonderful thing.
Hello, I'm Simone Foster. I also have a teenage son. He's 17, recently diagnosed with ADHD. Little fun fact, he asked me to get him tested for ADHD because he was sure he had it, and he was correct. And thanks to him, I also got myself tested, and so as of last year, I found out I'm also ADHD. It explains a whole lot. Let me just put it that way, but yeah.
So, and this is where we want to have this conversation from these expertise, from parents to school and in an environment, how we're able to talk about neurodiversity from the positive and the superpowers that it actually is. I remember when we were talking years ago with Danica Stout and the McLean Foundation and realizing what it means to have an interconnected brain. Now, there are it doesn't have spectrums, but there are various levels of how ADHD manifests. Some are very severe, that you really have a hard time going. Some are mild to moderate. But in spite of what it is, it doesn't have to be a deficit or something that we frown upon. But when you don't know, based on what we've said, when you don't know, it becomes a challenge. When you don't know, you feel like something is wrong with you. When you don't know, especially in adulthood, it really starts to interrupt your life, your relationships, your work ethic. But if you're able to do it, you learn how to manifest it. So in school, what are some of the great things that you've seen with diagnosed children with neurodiversity, that you see them being able to do amazing things that parents may not be aware of, or teachers or students may not be aware of?
Well, firstly, the schools are a very supportive system for our kids. And we provide a safe environment for our kids, and once that is there, our kids perform a lot better, not just academics, behavior-wise.
What does safety look like in the classroom? Anyone could jump in on that. What does safety look like in the classroom?
Safety in the classroom. For me, safety in the classroom is just letting them be, giving them the opportunity to just be. But, removing removing things that can endanger them, but for me, it's just letting them be and not restricting them.
Before I start my lesson, I usually ask my kids what's going on. We have like a 5-10 minute discussion about what's happening over the weekend, what's coming up, and the things the kids say would blow your mind that they
Yeah,
actually...
so one of these things that what you're talking about, everyone, is called emotional check-in. Emotional check-ins are so important that if you take 5 minutes at the beginning of their day to ask about an emotional check-in for the younger kids, you can have the kids come into the classroom and they draw, you put a circle and you let them draw a smiley face, a frown face, an angry face, and then you get 30 seconds to see what is going on. Now that will save you 30 minutes later down because you're able to get that safe emotional environment. Now, we should do emotional check-ins at work as well. How was your Monday? And then you get a whole epilogue. Yes, Kate? Like how the safety in the classroom, how you can do that in the environment. How do you think that promotes?
Oh yeah, it definitely will help kind of promote the children from feeling kind of like themselves. So a lot of kids are holding it together throughout the day, and then they go home and they completely fall apart. And that's because home is a safe space, which is great that home is a safe space, but not so great that you are getting the kind of meltdowns and falling apart at the end of the school day. And that's because a lot of our kids who are neurodivergent are working so much harder to just kind of hold it all together and so much harder to learn. And things like listening to a teacher throughout the day, it's going to take a lot more energy. So having that safe space within the classroom where you're doing the check-in, with our little 3-year-olds, it looks like we've got popsicle sticks with different emotions on them, and the kid can just take a popsicle stick, and it's got a little face on it. Up to our DP, our diploma program, which would be grade 12s, it's just a check-in before anything that's happening. We give out stress balls, we give out calm strips, little stickers that are sensory. And we just make sure that they have all these tools, that they can come to us, that they can talk to their teachers and say, hey, really nervous for my oral exam, or really upset with what's going on, or I'm feeling great, this is lovely, I'm loving life right now. So it's any of those check-ins, and then what you said, it will save you later down the road. So having school create that safe place as well will actually kind of help with the home falling apart at the end of the day environment that I see some of you guys nodding along to.
So I want to ask the parents who are up here, you both had children that were evaluated, right, or tested. Now, sometimes you hear that and you get like, they're going to test my kids, they're going to poke them, they're going to take their blood and a little speck of their hair. But how was, in all honesty, how was the experience of getting evaluated? What were the benefits, and what did it do for you as a family and your child, respectively?
Okay, so my son was tested at 4.5, and we were told he had symptoms consistent with ADHD. And then he was given some behavioral counseling, and I tried various different methods to help him. But the fact that he had not an official diagnosis, but at least we were told that there was an issue, I think it was a relief in a way, because he was struggling so much and he was in trouble all the time, and about to get expelled from the school he was at. So it was good to know that there was a reason. He wasn't just a very badly behaved child. There were reasons why he couldn't behave the way the other children were behaving. And I think that was it. I'm very glad now. At the time it was very difficult, very stressful, very upsetting, but I'm very glad he got diagnosed so early. Yes. and we had intervention so early. I think without that, I don't know what would have happened, but I don't think it would have been good.
Yeah, thank you so much.
My story is a bit more difficult. As I mentioned, my son just got diagnosed last year. And so we've had a difficult few years. During the pandemic, his dad passed away, and he just stopped talking. For like a year or so, he didn't talk to me, and I reached out to Dr. Mike, and I'm like, this kid isn't talking to me. Can you counsel us, counsel him? And we did that for a bit, and Dr. Mike worked his magic, I wouldn't get into all of that, but the difficulty, and I'm gonna say this because it's true, I carried a lot of mom guilt that I didn't pick up on this with him before because I was so focused on my daughter and her autism that I missed this important cue with my son. And so he became friends with Noah, Claire's son, and he would come home and say things like, Mom, Noah can chew gum in class. Maybe if I do that, it'll be better. I'll be able to focus more or something. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Just do your work, And eventually, he got brave enough to say, Mom, I think you should get me tested for ADHD. And I think it's because the important thing is this isn't to share a sob story with you, it's just to emphasize that because as a family, we often talked about neurodiversity at home, and he would be at lemonade events, and he would be around kids like Noah in his classroom that openly talk about their neurodiversity and share things about it. I think that made a difference in making my 17-year-old, well, at the time he was 16, brave enough to say, Mom, look, I'm really struggling here. I need more help. Can we just figure this out? And we did, and I was grateful because honestly, I didn't think he would have graduated this year. I thought he would have had to repeat another year. And so we did the thing, the counseling, the medication, yes, and he did it. And he did really well. And now he's at university, thriving. And so I just want to emphasize that. Have those conversations.
So, yeah. I know that wasn't easy, but it's important, and they gave me the best job, right? Because Simone knew me sitting on that panel would not work for me early this morning because I would have to sit still, which I wanted to let you guys know. I think I went through my entire life up until right before my comp exam and my board exam. And when I took my board exam, I didn't pass the first time, right? And I was like, what is going on? It was the hardest thing I ever did. See, your complexity and neurodiversity will manifest itself at different stages of your life. Whenever your cognitive challenges and demands are bigger than your capacity. And that's when I realized, like, okay, I've done all the tools I could, but I need to really settle down. And what you will learn is that, as what happened with you guys, if you want to see a kid, just teach her as a tip. If you know a child who has a known diagnosis and one child that doesn't, usually kids with ADHD hang out with other kids with ADHD. It's just because you understand each other much easier, right? So if you're friends with me, I'm just saying, if we get along, there's a high possibility. But what it looks like, because all of us here, and even Kate and myself, we're professionals. And we have challenges. But all of us as human beings have challenges. And neurodiversity is a superpower. Because if you're able to harness it, you're able to do amazing things. Literally things that people, and sometimes what frustration looks like for ADHD child in the classroom, I'll let you guys answer, and in your homes. But oftentimes it's the restlessness comes because while you're on point A, B, C, and trying to connect the dots, they've literally sat for 2 seconds and realize where it's going to end. So then they're just fidgeting in the classroom because they already know how this whole thing is going to end. How do you cope with the high and if Kathy is still on there, when we test children with ADHD, you know what we often find? Their IQ scores are extremely high. However, their achievement scores, which you do on achievement tests like the RAT or the Kaufman, are lower because they can't get that intelligence on the paper, right? So how do you help nurture and boost that intelligence, that difference, and not make it something that's negative, but make it something that's positive, right? I know choose anyone.
I remember one time we switched roles. So I was the student, and my kids supposed to be the teacher. And I tried to mimic the behaviors in class. And one child told me, I quit. I completely quit. And we had this discussion about, the behaviors, appropriate behaviors, completing assessments on time, and everything. And they were like, okay, you know what? I think I understand. 2 weeks later, I saw improvement with consistency. My kids need a lot of schedule routines, consistency. And sometimes I do fall off where I might not remember, and then one child, teacher, don't forget this, and then the whole class vexed because I forgot, but there's one student remember. So being on them all the time, letting them have the voice to speak, choosing a grade assignment. So sometimes I might say, okay, we're going to present, or you might act it out, or write it out, or draw. So I give them a role in class to be like the teacher, kind of like. So it's not all about just me just saying. It's about both of us, the whole class and the teacher collaborating.
Anyone else want to jump in?
Yeah, if kids can have different ways of presenting the knowledge and a choice in it, so if you can say for this assignment, if there's any teachers here, like, oh, you can do a video or you can do an essay, that could help a lot because having that choice can help them. And brain breaks are really good, so if you find the kids are fidgeting, even at home, they're online as well if you don't want to make up your own, and they're all free. You can just read off a brain break. Or I make kids run laps of the field if they're really fidgety. They clearly have energy to burn. So it's like, okay, leave the classroom for 5 minutes, go run the field and come back and have a little water break afterwards, because that will kind of release the energy. The water break will calm you down a bit. And then you can come back. If they're missing 5 minutes of class, it's better than them disrupting 5 minutes of class for everybody else.
For me, in my class, having the younger ones, like there is the visual schedule, and one student in particular, he reads it very well and, well, basically target him to give him the opportunity to when we're finished and we're transitioning, he moves and he remove what we have done and indicate to us like what we're going to do next. Also, this week we worked center rotation, so give them the opportunity to, we try and engage them for 10 minutes and then move them, give them the opportunity to move around from one center to the next and stuff like that. And one of the centers, it's better to give them their moment than taking away the moment, which can lead to, like, say, a half an hour of the day, so, yeah.
Yeah, and that becomes, like, really important of not feeling like you're in a battle, because there's no winners and losers. Now, something that's important for the parents, I want us to talk about it, is the importance of what you eat, your food intake. You want to have a good day? You want to see something spicy? Give Dr. Mike some coffee, yeah? Give me some coffee. Yeah. Or Red Bull. That's gonna be an entertaining day. That's gonna be a really entertaining day. So in terms of, and we have resources all throughout the symposium and online. There's also AAD Attitude magazine. It is an amazing, fully funded resource for parents, teachers, and persons themselves from childhood to adult. And there's also CHADD, CHADD.org. And all these things will be available. But what is the importance of food and diet in with neurodiversity and ADHD in particular?
Actually, this is something I feel quite strongly about because my son his ADHD was made a lot worse by any food that had food coloring in.
Interrupted. I need you to say that again and loudly. Please, because I think I say this 5 times a week.
ADHD is made a lot worse by food with foreign chemicals like food coloring.
Food coloring.
The more highly processed the food is, the more likely it will create behavioral problems in your child. It will react with something in their brain and cause them to be completely out of control. I mean, cookies like Oreos, I used to have to police birthday parties so nobody gave him an Oreo. Otherwise, good grief, the whole birthday party would be ruined. I had to make sure my son got regular protein, so we must have gone through thousands of those cheese sticks over the years. Those string cheese, that's a perfect snack for halfway through the morning when they start to dip a bit or they start to struggle. But yeah, as much freshly prepared, unprocessed food as possible, lots of fruit and vegetables, nothing with food coloring in, and as much protein as you can get down them.
So what that looks like, guys, in your regular school environments and why this becomes so important. The sodas, the Capri Suns, the Cheetos, the Takis. Listen, I didn't know what confession, I didn't know what a Taki was until this week. And I had a client in there, and they're like, Dr. Mike, I'm not talking to you. Like, we're not going to be friends. I know everybody talk about you being Dr. Mike, and you talk to teenagers who are in. And I was like, but you want something. What do you want? They said they want a Taki, and I was like, I have a confession. I don't know what a Taki is. Then I saw it. Then I saw the ingredients. The last thing she needs is a Taki. And these things, I mean, honestly, like 8 years ago, I went vegan, right? I eat fish now, last year, started back, but no more processed foods. You know what happened? Unbeknownst, I became so much more focused and calm. So people who don't want, if you're not at the scale for medication, medicate yourself with what you eat. It's really, really important. Well, there's food in the household.
Well, as I said, I came to this late in the game. And Claire, I have a confession.
What did you give him?
So, during one of the play dates with Noah,
Ring pops?
with Noah and Dylan, anyway, Gary came to pick him up, and he was livid. And I couldn't understand why. But Noah was just finishing up his snack of Oreo cookies, orange slices, and Capri Sun. Please apologize to Gary. I didn't know why he was so angry. He was just like, Noah, let's go. But he didn't actually say it to me. So again, I didn't know.
No one knew, though.
But now I know, right? Now I know, and now I understand. And also, we're going to touch on this obviously in the Q&As, but don't be afraid of medication, people. Claire, another playdate story, if you don't mind. Claire dropped off Noah to us one time, and she came and she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Simone. I forgot to give Noah his tablet today. And I was like, what? I didn't even notice because, again, my son was ADHD and I didn't know. and he was playing with his ADHD friend, and it was fine, and my autistic daughter. So it was just another day for me, but Claire understood the difference in what her son is like with or without. And so I told her it really was fine that day. And it's just understanding that, knowledge is power, is what I would say. Yeah.
So we're about to get some questions for 10 minutes from anyone. I'll gladly walk around to you. Online, we had a question first. Online, they asked me, well, does that include no cereals? Have you ever seen a Fruity Pebble growing on a tree? I'm being very honest. And I understand, guys, I have 3 kids, and they're now 14 and twins that are 10. I understand that telling them to go to the kitchen, get some cereal and some milk is easy, and it saves you 5-10 minutes of sanity. I understand. But this year, we make sure, me especially, I get up at 5:45, 6 o'clock, and I cook every morning. Because it's a lot easier to plan your day, and you prevent these things from happening throughout the day. So if you want to look at cereals, you have, because all cereals like Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops, all these things, Frosted Flakes are filled with sugar. What sugar does to the brain is that an overactive brain, it sends extra sparks, and there's no place for these things to get attention, and it just goes down. So, sorry, if you want to have cereals, you'll have to have like oats and those cereals, and just check the labels. And cereal and milk with the vanilla, the added sugar, it's also not good for you. So we want to have 10 minutes of questions. We have our August panel. The questions?
Just raise your hand.
Yeah, I'll come to you. All right. So a question here in the back. All right.
Hi. Maybe I should stand, sorry, so I can see you. So I'll be honest, the question I had for Kathy first, I had a million questions, kind of, go back and forth. So I'm gonna ask the one I have now, right? First of all, I'd like to say I'm very grateful for this event, because I kind of had a really rough experience with a diagnosis. So, for example, in my time, first I didn't know I had ADHD, and then there was a lot of complaints from teachers and my parents about my behavior, right? When I finally went into, I think my mom had heard about it from, an after-school teacher, and she was basically recommended to get me a diagnosis. And by the time that actually came true, I was almost an adult. So it's all the things that would have been for me to learn as when I was younger, it's the behavior is now, it's harder when you're an adult and you have to learn and process to do things in a different way, right? So just an example, when I was in primary school, I remember having a test, and I don't know what happened in between the test, but I just know after I finished the test, my teacher looked at the paper, and I guess I made one silly mistake on all of the questions. She took the paper, she crushed it up, and she threw it at me, right? Also, when I went to get my diagnosis, I won't say who, but the psychiatrist, that's one for medicine, right? Psychiatrist, right? Psychiatrists, they didn't really, I don't think they listened to me. And off of one question, I think asking, okay, if you were left for a period of time, does she do anything that's good, or does she commit to anything, right? With helping with the siblings. And I think my mom had probably talked about one experience where it was really good. So the doctor was like, no, okay, then that means you don't have ADHD. And I struggled with the same issues for months until I was like, no, this is wrong. I did my own research and I looked in all my report cards from since I was in stage 1. The same thing, does not focus, does good work but needs to pay attention, talks too much, you know? And I had to bring these results back to the doctor for me to actually get a diagnosis, which I think is why inattentive type is actually a bit more challenging, right? And one more thing, I also had a college professor, after explaining to him, because it was a math class, explaining to him, like, this is hard for me, and I have something called ADHD, so I feel like I need more support. He looked at me and he said, that's not real. That's something where your parents give you too much sugar, and it hard. So this was years of feeling like everything you do is not right. You feel like you don't have any, you know, credibility. Like it starts to like really hit with the depression. So again, very grateful for this event, but I also wanted to know, like, what's the process for communicating these things to educators as well? Because, yeah.
Do you want to take that one?
I can. I'm so sorry to hear. It breaks my heart to hear that, and your courage to speak up, almost like a testimonial of what it is to go through that. When you are going to get a diagnosis, if you are an adult, the first thing you could do is call the ASDRS, the screener online. You could just print it off. It's free. It's used for permission. And you can check off and self-screen. If you hit a lot of those things, then the next thing you could do is go to a psychologist and say, I want to be tested. You could skip all the other stuff and say, I want to get a psychological neurodiverse testing, and we'll design a battery. What you usually get is an intelligence test. There's no need necessarily for an achievement test. You get an intelligence test. You'll also get something like a Connors, which helps to test your inattentiveness and your ability. Like you have to press an X every time an X comes up. You have to press a space bar. Very fun. And then you also are able to do some observation evaluations, and then based on a multitude and a cross-section of that information, you make the conclusion. It's not just based on one test. Making a diagnosis based on one test, and as Kathy says, this has to be referenced in different areas. So if you have a child, for example, it's not that they're just hyperactive in school. It has to, or inattentive in school. It has to be in another environment as well. So you want to get multiple sources of information. Unfortunately, there's still some people that think that this is a farce, it's not real. But when you live with it, and when you see it manifested, it becomes really difficult. So it's unfortunate that you had to go through so long, but you're here now. And because you have a life, you have so much opportunity to continue to not only advocate, but increase the productivity and health and wellness of your own life. So just continue to be amazing. Like, that's what I'll say.
Hi.
Oh, yes, we have a
Sorry.
question here. Yeah.
It's okay.
I didn't
It's okay. I forgive you. So I'm a teacher at Enos Adams Women's Lounge. Hey, girl. And so my question was pertaining to the diet. And at the last Lemonade group meeting, we kind of spoke on it. But I have a student who only eats processed foods. Like, if it isn't in a plastic and goes into the microwave and heats up and come out, for the most part, he won't eat it. So I'm just like asking for some tips, some tricks on how I could like kind of curb that.
The first thing.
Yeah, that's with the food. When you're a teacher, it's often down to the parents because you're not packing the lunch or anything like that. I've got a 1.5-year-old, and he has recently decided that he doesn't like certain things that he liked to eat last week. So I've put first thens in place, and this can work across the school. I do it with the kids in school, when I'm on duty and they're eating, if they want to eat their dessert before their lunch, I'm like, nope, this is first lunch, first snack, whatever it is, then you can have the dessert. And so at Cedar, the dessert, when the kids order the food, it's a piece of fruit, but often the kids want that first. So you could try, if he's got anything else, or she, you could try a first then in place, but it's down to the parents to pack the lunches. You can't withhold food from a child.
To like emphasize, and I'm really glad to see so many teachers here on how that's going to translate for kids, and then for adults who get the diagnosis in terms of like what we would do in terms of giving them like coping strategies. And so Dr. Mike, if you could talk about like that for older people, but for kids, how does it, why is it so important, and how does it translate to help them?
Thank you.
It's what it says. It's their plan that caters for them in all areas. But for us, and I mean in us in our unit in Eunice Adams, we are under a headlock because we are trying our best and we see that things are needed, but guess what? Parents are not getting their kids assessed. So without the assessment, we can't do the IEP. We can't do the plan. So it's like you're juggling everything and trying to just, put things in place. Like for me, being in the unit, I have received students just by word of mouth, but nothing on paper. So the program is for 2 years, and the first year you're trying to learn the child, trying to figure out what is going on and stuff like that. So that plan, it's their blueprint. Parents, it is their blueprint. And when it is given to us, or when not given to us, when we do it, we have to abide by whatever is on that plan, so it's like, but we're up in the air.
Yeah, could I just comment on something there? So Tamika and I have our own little side project where we're actually actively encouraging parents to do this. This is something that came about from our own interaction. Can I tell them? My daughter was in her class, and I was going to share this at the Autism Symposium, guys, that's happening next year, but I'm going to tell you now anyway. I've always been that proactive parent, so I created what I called a dossier for her, which is essentially a passport. You'll see examples of it on the back resource wall. I sat and I looked through, I read her 10-page or 20-page report, and I put all the things that I thought were important in a 2 or 3-page document. And I printed that, and I put it in a folder. I printed some of those website links, articles, I put it in a folder. And I walked into Miss George's class on the first day of school, and I said, here's everything you need to know about Anise. And she looked at me like, that. You know what that look means, right? But then we got to know each other, and she understood what I was doing as a parent. I wasn't trying to step into her role as a teacher in the classroom. I was equipping her with what she needed to understand my child. And over the years, we've talked about that often, and she's shared that how important it was for her to receive that folder with those 3 pages of information about my child that was autistic entering her neurotypical classroom, and perhaps one of the first in your class at her level of autism. And so my message to parents, especially those in TK, you can't underemphasize the importance of knowing your child. Each and every folder in front of you has a infographic that demonstrates the importance of doing this thing. It starts with you, the parent. You have to sit and make the time, write it down, and then have those conversations with your doctor, with the teachers or at the school, because that 2-year program that she's talking about, you're wasting a whole year having her figure out what to do with your child when you could just write it down on a paper and go in and talk to her about it, and then go talk to your doctor about it, get the child assessed, you know. But you can get the process started because there are various ways to get your child help that doesn't last a year of her and her team discovering what to do with your child. And it's the same in a neurotypical classroom. Your child may only have 1 year in that class, but I assure you that first term with the teacher is going to be difficult for them because they're trying to understand, why is this child so difficult? Or why is this child so fill in the blank here? But if you come prepared with that knowledge and you talk to that teacher, they will appreciate it, okay? Some of them may not know how to show it, honestly, but they will, in the end, appreciate it. I can guarantee that. So do take the time, parents, and do it.
And that's important for us as teachers, parents, psychologists, is for us not get caught up in a triangulation. We're all on the same team. Like, we're all on the same team. So we need to put our swords away and just know that we're trying to collectively help our children and our families succeed. Yes, Kate?
Yeah, so just one thing with those, we call them education passports, but a lot of schools call them IEPs, individualized education plans. What the diagnosis gets you is also a list of recommendations, and then sharing that with the schools slot those recommendations from the wellness center or wherever the diagnosis is from into the IEP. So the school is doing what the professionals are recommending. So by getting that diagnosis and sharing it, you're kind of just getting that whole package deal where everybody's implementing across the board, which will be the consistency that the kids need in the end.
Can I add one thing? With the IEPs, at the senior level, we try to involve the student in the meeting so they know what's expectation. They tell us how they feel, what they likes, the strengths, the challenges, and we build that plan. And then after the plan is built, we talk to the other teachers. At secondary, we have different teachers. So each teacher would be notified, okay, the accommodations and modifications in terms of assessments, extra time, and so forth. So then the student will have that whole environment to be successful.
As we're about to take a break and go into a transition, yeah, it's been a long time, right? And we want to, first of all, thank the panel for not only their courage, but their knowledge. Yes? Yeah. Quietly abuse yourselves, yes? I had a joke, but I'm going to restrain myself because that's not what this is about. And but I want to ask.
Please share the joke, Dr. Mike. Sorry, that was my ADHD interrupting him. Please share the joke, Dr. Mike.
No, I was going to say, do you ever think about clapping as the way that we're voluntarily abusing ourselves? Like we're hitting ourselves. That's what you're doing. You're literally hitting yourselves to say you're happy. Anyway, let's just continue. All of you are going to think about this. Like, that just popped in my mind, and it's nothing to do about what's going on. But I want to ask Claire to be able to share from a parent's perspective. I think this is going to be really important as we transition into our break, from a parent's perspective of what it means. So I'm going to turn the attention over to her, and I want to thank you all so much for your courage, your knowledge, and this time.
Okay, so when Simone asked me to do this, I figured that the best way to communicate with you guys would be to write a list of the things that I learned over the years of parenting my son. So, the first one is be patient. It's the most important thing to aim for, but also the most difficult to attain. Don't beat yourself up when you fail, because we are only human. But always try to remember that your child isn't behaving like this to upset you. They really can't help themselves. Number 2, don't worry about what anybody else says. Ignorance gives people the right to make judgments. Try to ignore them when they say things and let your child know that it's not their fault and there's not anything wrong with them. Number 3, trust your instincts. Parents have excellent instincts as to what is best for their child. We know them better than anyone else, after all. If your instincts are telling you something, then listen. Number 4, get help. There are so many resources in the BVI. There are loads of books out there and science-based websites available. Educate yourself and try to read things written by experts so that you can see lots of different methods, arguments, and opinions. What works for one child will not necessarily work for another. Each of our kids are unique and each need different types of help. The more you know, the better you can help them. Number 5, try medication. Now, we all resist medicating our children. We don't want to put things into their bodies that aren't natural, but you owe it to your child to see if it will help them. And if it does, I promise you'll see an immediate effect and that you will not regret giving them a calmer brain that will enable them to learn. My son, even at the age of 5, was able to tell me that his pill helped him to focus in class and not be in trouble all the time. 6, don't leave interventions too late. Every school year your child is untreated, they'll be falling further behind their peers. Get them all the help you can and do it as fast as you can. You are the best advocate for your child, and sometimes that means being loud and insistent. Don't give up, even if you feel you're getting nowhere. Number 7, communicate your techniques to help your child with their teachers and carers. I had methods I used to get my son to complete simple tasks, and I shared them with his teachers. Anything you find that helps your child is worth sharing, as fostering positive interactions and helping your child achieve goals is very important. Number 9, break tasks down into less overwhelming bits. Helping them to accomplish anything will help both of you. I never gave Noah a list of tasks. He could only cope with one thing at a time. Number 10, don't expect your child to have a good sense of time or for them to be able to relate to a reward that isn't immediate. Things like sticker charts with a weekly reward are too difficult for them to imagine to be a sufficient incentive. Immediate rewards are much more effective. Number 11, try to foster independence, but expect this to be a very challenging goal. You will repeat yourself hundreds of times and still it will feel like things never really go in. Be patient. It will happen with consistency and patience. Number 12, don't compare your child to anyone else's. Your friend with a lovely, calm, sweet little 5-year-old girl will tell you that she gets herself dressed, packs her school bag every day, never forgets her PE kit. Just let it go. Don't despair that your child still needs you to clean his or her teeth at the age of 10. This is not a rabbit hole to head down that leads anywhere good. Okay, so in conclusion, I'd like to share with you excerpts from a report that was written by the principal of a preschool that my son attended. He began there at age 3.5, and within a few months it was clear he was struggling. He couldn't participate properly, his relationships with other children were difficult, and he was constantly in trouble. The principal wrote, Noah demands a lot of attention from his teacher. He tends to be very rough with his friends, so they shy away from playing with him. He will revert to screaming, fake crying, and telling adults that he hates them when he's upset. He uses silly words, makes loud noises, and tries to be the center of attention. In circle time, he's very fidgety and needs constant reminders not to interrupt, make faces, or draw attention to himself. And these aren't the worst things that she wrote. For years, I couldn't read this as I found it so upsetting. But now my son is at university, having graduated with the second highest grade in his class at Cedar. We are very proud of the young man he's become, and even though it was sometimes incredibly challenging, we have every hope that he will be a successful adult with a happy life. This leads me to my last and most important point. Your child will get there. It will take time and patience, but they will learn techniques that will help them be organized and successful. It won't happen immediately, and it won't be easy, but I promise you, they will. Our kids need more time and so much patience, but understanding that they do all get there eventually will give you hope.
Wow.
Can I just add, sorry, just real quick, that that kid they just described helped save my kid's life. I shared with Claire recently something that happened with Dylan when he was starting his medication, and let's just say one evening it went terribly wrong, and these things could happen. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should take him to the ER or what. I did all the Google searches, and then he said, let me call Noah. Let me reach out to Noah. And they were texting, and I remember my son coming to me, and he said, okay, Noah says, we need to just turn off the phone, and the blue light is actually overstimulating me. I just need to turn off the light, go to sleep. And these are the things that Claire then confessed she's been saying to Noah that didn't seem to be going in, but he remembered and he shared that with my son. And thanks to Noah, that kid, that person just described, he saved our lives that night. And I just want to say that is real, okay?
So as want to thank all these amazing professionals. I've had the opportunity as recent as Friday to speak with some of you, and always unsung hero who is, as Kate is here, in the back as well, from Cedar, Miss Victoria, who is, where is she? Oh, she's outside. Amazing advocates. As you see in this room, there are teachers, parents, professionals who care, and parents who fought the great fight. And all I'll say is, as we end this panel and go for a break, don't give up on your child. Don't give up on yourself, because you're giving up on someone who will be amazing. It may be tough, but it's worth it. Thank you, and let's have a couple of minutes of break and socialize and communicate. I don't know who's cutting onions in here, but sheesh. Wow. Ooh. This was not part of the deal. I am a man's man, right? We cry in the shower. So let's have a break, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah? Okay.
You can hear?
Just asking everyone if they can grab a seat. We're going to start our presentation now on dyslexia and dyslexic thinking. We have with us the lovely Lisa and Tilly there do their presentations.
Hello.
And after that, we will have the persons who created this. Okay. They will be on Zoom to answer your questions. So I'll ask if you could just reserve your questions for the end till the end of their presentation, and then you have notebooks or folders in front of you. Just jot down your questions as they come up, and then at the end of the presentation, we will have the creators of Made by Dyslexia on Zoom to answer your questions. Okay? So just get yourselves ready for Tilly and Lisa.
Hello, good morning, everybody. If I could just get everybody just to stand up just really quickly. And just the person next to you, just give them a really big high five. I think the one thing that I've taken away today, and from piggybacking off Dr. Mike Turnbull, is human connection and community is so important. And I'm just really, really grateful to be here today and to share with you. So I just think we're all together in this, and obviously everyone's got a story and a reason why they're here. So it's really exciting. So you can all sit down now. You don't have to stand up.
Yeah.
Okay, if we can have the next slide, please. Click again. Oh, it's a video.
Back. Yeah, thank you.
0.753 billion people on the Earth, and 1 in 5 of those people are dyslexic. That's 1.55 billion people. And here's the thing, many of them won't be properly recognized for their different way of thinking, especially when they're younger. They'll be told they're slow or unable to keep up. Their potential won't be realized, their future's made more difficult. Because over half the children who leave school unable to read or write are dyslexic. They're more likely to be disadvantaged. They're more likely to be incarcerated. So what's failed them? Where have we gone wrong? Education. People with dyslexia have shaped the world. The light bulb, the smartphone, flight, they all sprang from the wonders of dyslexic thinking. They have the skills the future needs. So imagine if we could unlock the potential of those 1.55 billion people. It's a mind-bogglingly big task that can start with something so small. What if we started in schools, training teachers to learn about and spot dyslexia and the best ways to teach the children who have it? Made by Dyslexia and Microsoft have created modules allowing teachers to do just that. And all 100,000 teachers in New York City have already done so. Now, we're asking all teachers all over the world to join us and receive the free online training. Take a day to learn dyslexia, change a child's life, and change the world.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Lisa Ann Redfern.
And my name is Tilly Bruce.
I'm originally from the north of England.
I'm also originally from the north of England.
I've been living in the BVI for 18 years.
I've been living in the BVI for 15 years.
I specialise and work in hospitality, coaching and training.
And I am a teacher, a parent, and a dyslexia specialist teacher.
And I bet you're all wondering why we are sat here talking to you about dyslexia. Well, I'm a dyslexic thinker, and I work in hospitality, and those skills are the skills that are vital for hospitality.
And I am a neurodivergent thinker also, as well as a teacher.
Planning this session has been quite interesting, whereas I like to ad-lib, Tilly likes everything written down. Challenge, I struggle with reading. So Here we go. Bear with us. So I'm just going to, I really like telling stories, and I know we've got Lisa here who's our timekeeper, so I'm going to try and keep it as short as I can. But the reason why I'm here, I'm a dyslexic thinker, and as I was growing up through primary school from the ages of 4 to 11, I struggled with reading, writing, maths, but I didn't really click really, because I could walk into a room, make people feel good, have conversations. I was very bubbly, and it wasn't until I got to 11 where I went to the bigger school. I was pulled out my classroom, and I was told at 11 years old I had a reading age of a 6-year-old. And that was the first, I get goose pimples, because that was the first time that I'd actually realized, oh, so I'm being told there's something wrong with me. And I think from this morning is that the underlying theme here is that having people to champion you and having people to see your strengths. And I was extremely lucky, and I have incredible parents. My dad's a mathematician, very good with numbers, but they really knew if they focused on my writing, my reading, my math skills, that it would take away my personality. So they championed the things that I was good at. Cut a long story short, well, my dyslexia was never diagnosed. They didn't diagnose it at school. I knew I kind of had it, but I just powered through. I was resilient. Fast forward, I wanted to be a spa therapist, so I went into the spa industry, where I made people feel good. And it allowed me to travel the world. And I specialized in hospitality. Fast forward, I've done spa management, guest services management in luxury high-end resorts. And then, ironically, I stepped into learning, training, and development, which I love. The way people think, the way people feel, the way people behave, and everyone communicates differently, and it gets really confusing, and I love it. However, my job started to get really admin-based. And I had my managers coming to me saying, Lisa, this is spelt wrong. Especially out of offices. Always, the dates were always wrong. I'd always spell something wrong. I even said to one of my managers, I said, takes me I'm a bit slow sometimes. And when the response was, yes, you are. And I remember thinking, oh, God. So I knew I had to do something about it. I was connected to Made by Dyslexia and Kate Griggs, and I had a conversation with Kate Griggs, and she gave me the confidence. I was 37 years old to go, it's time to kind of address this. I need to help my managers because they're as frustrated with me as I am with them. So I was able to get some tools and support, and I got formally diagnosed when I was 37. I think one of the most eye-opening moments was when someone said, have you tried overlays? I put a yellow overlay over my writing and black writing on white paper, and everything stood still. I was like, oh, no wonder I've always found it really hard to read books. You know, I love audiobooks, I love reading, I love learning. So I got the tools to help me, and it was absolutely incredible. And I started getting more involved in Made by Dyslexia and sharing the information. And this is how Tilly and I have connected, and we actually connected through a friend, Vic, who's here. She obviously, whereas I'm a dyslexic thinker and know what it's like to live with dyslexia, Tilly obviously understands the science more so and teaching children with dyslexia.
So as a teacher and a parent, I am passionate about raising awareness of dyslexia. And I'm an advocate for supporting and empowering dyslexic thinkers to recognize, develop, and value their strengths. Lisa and I are here today to celebrate Dyslexia Awareness Month with you and introduce you to just some of the amazing Learn Dyslexia training videos and information that Made by Dyslexia and Microsoft have made available online for free to help parents and educators and carers and anyone not only understand and support dyslexic thinkers' challenges, but also to empower dyslexic learners' strengths in the classroom and beyond, because they really do have amazing strengths and talents. So all too often we hear about the challenges associated with dyslexia, and as a dyslexia specialist teacher and a parent of a dyslexic thinker, I know there are challenges. But what we often not hear about or talk about is the positive side to dyslexia, dyslexic thinking skills. And that's what we're going to talk to you about today. So our goals for this session, with the help of Made by Dyslexia, are to give you a brief overview of how to understand and value something called dyslexic thinking skills, how we can adapt our language as parents and carers and educators to empower these skills, and how to recognize these dyslexic thinking skills in the classroom. So without further ado, we're going to show you one of Made by Dyslexia's amazing videos. This video features Kate Griggs, there she is, the CEO and founder of the charity Made by Dyslexia, and the chair of the International Dyslexia Association, Josh Clark. They will be focusing on understanding dyslexic thinking skills, and this video can help us reflect on how we can not only support those challenges that dyslexic thinkers have, but celebrate their strengths and their talents.
Dyslexic brains process information differently. This results in a pattern of challenges which educators can support with early identification and evidence-based instruction. But just as importantly, it gives us a pattern of valuable strengths, which we refer to as dyslexic thinking skills. And educators can easily recognize and nurture these when they know how. The light bulb, the iPhone, the airplane, even the motor car have all been invented by dyslexic thinking, and it will be vital in shaping the future too. Dyslexic thinking skills are the soft skills or power skills that the World Economic Forum says are now vital for the workplace. And these workplaces are evolving fast with a blend of artificial intelligence and human intelligence, which are the foundations of our new fifth industrial revolution world. The top 5 skills highlighted by the World Economic Forum are 1. Analytical thinking, 2. Creative thinking, 3. Resilience, flexibility and agility, 4. Motivation and self-awareness, and 5. Curiosity and lifelong learning. And these are a direct match for dyslexic thinking skills. Along with the World Economic Forum, organizations all around the world are recognizing the value and importance of dyslexic thinking. In 2022, dyslexic thinking was added to the dictionary. It's defined as an approach to problem solving, assessing information and learning, often used by people with dyslexia, that involves pattern recognition, spatial reasoning, lateral thinking, and interpersonal skills. And in the same year, dyslexic thinking was added as a skill on LinkedIn, with thousands of dyslexics, including me, proudly adding it to our profiles when it was announced by Richard Branson. But despite all this huge progress in the workplace, there is still a real lack of understanding of the value of dyslexic thinking in our schools. Yes, educators are finally beginning to recognize that we should be screening to identify dyslexic kids early, because with evidence-based teaching methods and the use of tech, dyslexic learners can overcome challenges with reading, writing, spelling, etc. But as brilliant and vital as this is, and it is brilliant, it's only part of the solution. Because while identifying and supporting our dyslexic challenges as early as possible is vital, so is recognizing and supporting our dyslexic thinking skills. This is really clear to see when you look at a cognitive skills profile of a dyslexic compared to someone who's not dyslexic. Dyslexics score very, very highly on some things, often in the top percentile, and very low on other things, often in the bottom percentile. The current focus of intervention is on raising our lows. That means helping these kids to overcome their challenges and learn to read, and this is vital. But if we're going to prepare dyslexic learners for today's workplace, we must recognize that the skills they index highly on are vital too. They are the exact skills every workplace needs. We must address dyslexia as a whole. That's why it's time for everyone to learn how to empower dyslexic thinking in every school, and this course will help you to do just that. Let's hear from Josh Clark, Chair of the International Dyslexia Association and Head of Landmark School, one of the USA's leading dyslexia schools.
When we think about supporting dyslexic students in schools, we certainly need to address their struggles, but just as importantly, we have to invest in their strengths. Remediating our students' struggles with reading is incredibly important. However, that's not our end goal. Our goal is to empower them to make contributions to the world, to be prepared for the workforce of the future. And in order to do that, not only do we have to look at where they struggle, but we just as equally have to look and invest in where they excel.
So, to recap, in that video, Kate explained that
dyslexic thinking is a valuable thinking skill.
Dyslexic, there we go, she's back. Dyslexic brains do process information differently, and this results in a pattern of challenges, but also strengths.
Dyslexic strengths, also known as dyslexic thinking, are now highly sought after in the workplace. And as Kate said, they align with the top 5 skills of World Economic Forum. Sorry, I took her line there. I went rogue.
Quite the team. Shall I take your line now?
Yeah, go for it.
Right. So to prepare learners for today's workplace, we have to nurture dyslexic strengths because they are the exact skills that every workplace is going to need. We must address dyslexia as a whole, both the challenges and those strengths. Now it's you.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
Hang on. We need to back a bit. Okay.
We need the next slide.
Oh, next one.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. So this is a great quote from Albert Einstein, which reminds us that being able to imagine, to dream, to branch out from the norm, to question, to take risks, to try new things, develop new ways of thinking and tackle problems, that's what education should really be about.
Yeah. Next slide, please. So in this video, this next training video, you're going to see Kate and Josh again talking about what dyslexic thinking skills actually look like in terms of 7 different archetypes and how we can not only spot them in the classroom and at home, but also support, develop, and champion these archetypes. This video can really get you thinking about whether you see these archetypes in the dyslexic thinkers that you know, or maybe in yourself if you're a dyslexic thinker.
Let's dig into what dyslexic thinking skills are, how they show up in dyslexic learners, and how these can develop into valuable skills for the workplace. There are 7 dyslexic thinking archetypes in children. Most dyslexics are a combination of a few, but rarely all. I'll explain them here and then bring them to life with a quote from one of the amazing dyslexic thinkers I've interviewed in our podcast series, Lessons in Dyslexic Thinking. Then we have some brilliant advice and tips from Josh Clark, who is a real expert in teaching dyslexics. The first dyslexic thinking skill is storytelling. Storytellers just love stories. Many enjoy creating their own stories, others prefer to explain things and make sense of things. And some tell tall tales and can be very persuasive. Storytellers love listening to stories and watching them on TV. And as adults, they become expert communicators. They use their dyslexic thinking skills to simplify concepts, build narratives, or sell a vision. And they make great journalists, teachers, writers, politicians, and campaigners. 71% of dyslexics are above average at communicating. Famous dyslexic storytellers include Roald Dahl, Jahphix, and space scientist and communicator Dr. Maggie Adair-Pocock. She says, "I'm able to take complex ideas and simplify them, storytell and bring science ideas to life in my own unique way. And this has been a huge advantage." Let's get a teacher's take from Josh on how to support storytellers.
So in our classrooms, we often find students that are amazing storytellers. We can recognize these students because they're the children that come to us and on paper might have a really hard time organizing and articulating their ideas. But when we sit down with them and ask them to verbalize what they're thinking or what they're imagining, we're blown away by the richness of their vocabulary, by the complexity of their ideas. Those are our storytellers. And in order to help them in our classrooms, we need to give them opportunities to express themselves, to share their ideas, not just in traditional writing formats, but also through verbal expression, through presentations, by giving them the opportunity to share all that they're thinking and all that they're imagining in ways other than just through grammar and writing and traditional text.
Okay. The next dyslexic thinking archetype is makers. Makers just love to make things. They enjoy building with bricks and putting together puzzles. Some makers love to cook, craft, or make models. Others create fantastic art and paintings, while some prefer using technology and gadgets. They might excel at building worlds in Minecraft or coding games in Scratch. They can be especially good at visualizing how parts fit together and seeing an object or concept from multiple angles in their minds. And as adults, they become expert visualizers who use their dyslexic thinking skills to interact with space, senses, physical ideas, and new concepts. 75% of dyslexics are above average at visualizing. This means they make great architects, chefs, designers, artists, or programmers. Famous dyslexic makers include Steve Jobs, who invented the iPhone, Picasso, who created a whole new style of art, and Jamie Oliver, who's taught millions of us to cook. Jamie constantly visualizes new recipes. He says, "My strength is a complete obsession with empowering people and teaching people to cook, and it's that simple." Let's hear from Josh again.
In our classrooms, we'll often find that we have students that we would call makers. They're students who have an amazing ability to visualize things spatially. They're the students that are attracted to Legos or that build things out of their pencils and paper clips. They're also students that may have a difficult time when it comes to showing their work in certain scenarios. They will often get to a solution or an idea quicker than they might be able to express it or show it because in their minds, they can just see it.
Third, we have entertainers. Entertainers love to entertain. Some learn to play musical instruments and perform music. Others like to sing or dance. Some entertainers love to act. They perform or put on a show. Others are jokers who enjoy making people laugh. And as adults, they become expert communicators and connectors who tell stories and use their intuition and empathy to understand people around them. They make great actors, musicians, comedians, salespeople, PR people, or presenters. Famous dyslexic entertainers include John Lennon, Ariana DeBose, and Jennifer Aniston. When describing her school days, Jennifer says, "I love to make people laugh, to play the class clown at school."
Entertainers are the students in our class that often keep everybody laughing. They're the students who have no problem standing in front of the room, putting everything out there, and making us all laugh or become intrigued by what they have to say. And often they're doing that as a way to help compensate or maybe even distract from where they're having a difficult time. So we often as teachers might get frustrated with that class clown, but that's also part of their talent and also a sign to us that they may be acting this way because it's a strength that they have to maybe compensate for areas where they are struggling, and we need to find ways to support them. And one way to support them is to recognize and remember that no student wants to fail or get in trouble. And when they do things to make us laugh or call attention to themselves, bring them to the side and say, "Johnny, I love what you just did. However, let's find a different avenue in the classroom, a more appropriate time. And what's a way that we might be able to look at that concept you were just acting out or you're making us all laugh about? What if you and I look at that together individually to see where you might be having a struggle so we can help you channel that through the class exercise?"
The fourth archetype is movers. Movers are fidgets. They're always on the go. Some love to do daring things like skateboarding, climbing, or extreme sports. Some movers like to keep active with team sports or playing games. Others like to move around to music or dance or gymnastics. And as adults, they become expert visualizers, just like makers. They use their dyslexic thinking skills to interact with space, senses, physical ideas, and new concepts. They become great sports people, musicians, dancers, sports coaches, choreographers, and firefighters. Famous dyslexic movers include Muhammad Ali, former England women's football captain Alex Scott, and NFL superstar Rashaan Gary. Rashaan says his dyslexic thinking means he can make a split-second decision on the field, which can be the difference between winning or losing a game. I'm able to look at a player and I'm able to tell where the guy is going to go or where the play is going to go, which makes me a better player.
Movers are the students in our classroom who we find are often fidgeting with their hands, they're tapping their pencil, they're wiggling in their chair. And that's because they have a difficult time sitting still for so long. And what we have to do is find opportunities for them to express that movement. And it doesn't need to be dramatic. It can be something as simple as a chair that lets them wobble. We could put a band across the bottom of their desk so they can kneel their feet back and forth. These are also the same students that on the recess field during PE are running down the field, making hoops. And we see these students that might struggle in the classroom, but absolutely shine on the sports field.
The fifth archetype is imaginers. Imaginers have brilliant imaginations and they love to daydream. When they're young, they love making up games and creating imaginary worlds. Imaginers love to fantasize and invent things or come up with ideas or things that don't exist. And as adults, they use their dyslexic thinking skill of imagining to come up with new ideas and approaches that no one else has thought of. And this helps drive innovation in the workplace. 84% of dyslexics are above average at imagining. They become great scientists, inventors, artists, filmmakers, and entrepreneurs. Famous dyslexic imaginers include Steven Spielberg, Thomas Edison, and Richard Branson. Richard brings imagination to life when he says, "I started daydreaming from an early age. First, I imagine it, and then I put my ideas into reality."
As teachers, we all can picture the student right now who in the middle of the lecture or in the middle of the lesson seems to be staring off against the window or sitting there doodling on their piece of paper. And while we might initially be frustrated by that, we often find when we ask that student a question or ask them what we've been discussing, we're shocked that they're following along. Those are our imaginers. These are students who get lost in their own ideas, not because they want to be distracted or not pay attention to what we're doing. It's just that the richness, the vastness of what's happening in their minds, they need the opportunity to explore and to go down these different imaginary roads. And we need to support that by recognizing that's a part of how they learn and process information.
Next, we have questioners. Questioners love questions. They constantly ask why or why not. Questioners are naturally curious and inquisitive. Some love to challenge the rules. Others have an answer for everything and love explaining things. Questioners also like to solve problems others can't and will ask questions nobody else has thought of. And as adults, they use their dyslexic thinking skills of reasoning and exploring to continue being curious and explore ideas in a constant and energetic way. Questioners, like many dyslexics, are skilled at seeing the big picture and making connections across issues, subjects, data, which others just don't see. And they can have sudden leaps of insight that help them to solve problems in an unconventional way. This is what makes them great spies, and their dyslexic thinking is highly valued by Britain's intelligence agency, GCHQ. Famous dyslexic questioners include Erin Brockovich, the environmental campaigner, Bob Ballard, who discovered the Titanic, and lots of spies. Jeremy Fleming, former director of GCHQ, says, dyslexics are integral to GCHQ's teams because they can see through the noise and get to the facts. They are really good at simplifying and seeing patterns others can't.
As a teacher, my favorite and most frustrating student is the questioner. It's the student that always has their hand up or just blurts out, "Why? I don't understand. Tell me more." That student that isn't satisfied with the status quo. And that's the same student who is going to grow up to challenge how we do things, to innovate, to change our world for the better. So we need to find a way to balance in the classroom that inquiry-based, that determination, not to just know, but to understand.
Lastly, there's people. People really understand people. They love helping and looking after others. Some enjoy organising everyone, some are peacemakers, and others are leaders. People understand how others are feeling. Some are introverts and some are extroverts. And as adults, they use their dyslexic thinking skill of connecting to excel in empathising, negotiating, and expressing themselves orally. They're also highly self-aware. These skills help make them great leaders who can build, support, and empower teams, people, and organisations. 80% of dyslexics are above average at connecting. Famous dyslexic people include filmmaker Spike Lee, US President JFK, and entrepreneur and shark on the US show Shark Tank, Barbara Corcoran. Barbara says, "I became the smart girl in business because I learned how to read people. And the best card for me on Shark Tank is my empathy. I can slip into an entrepreneur's shoes straight away."
Some students have a natural ability to connect. They're students that have a great deal of empathy, that can understand how their friends might be feeling. They also find themselves crossing different social groups. These are the people. These are students who thrive, who take energy from connecting with individuals, from building on relationships. This is very common with some students with dyslexia, and we need to find ways to support them in the classroom. One example would be to give them responsibilities, give them a role, give them a job. They want to be helpful. They want to have that connection. And if we could provide avenues for that, not only can it help our class as a whole, it certainly helps that student as well.
So, to sum up, every dyslexic child will benefit from harnessing the power of their dyslexic thinking. As parents and teachers, the key is to help them to understand and value their dyslexic thinking skills, because when you do, they will be unstoppable in whichever field they're in. 4 in 5 successful dyslexics attribute their success to their dyslexic thinking, including space scientist and communicator Dr. Maggie Adarin-Pocock. She says, "I wish teachers were aware of the yin and yang with dyslexia, because there are some challenges. The written word, spelling, things like that are more difficult for dyslexics. But the imagination, the storytelling, the communication, and the empathy, all these positives are sometimes neglected, and they are what make us successful."
Shall I go? So this is the book that Kate Griggs wrote to do with those 7 archetypes. And it's for children. There is an adult book she wrote, but this one is so helpful. If you are having to explain to a child you know, or if you're a parent that your child has just had a diagnosis of dyslexia, this was a game changer for me and my son, because it just goes through those strengths. And I mean, for him to see those, that he wasn't alone in the challenges, but also have all these strengths in this book, it was really helpful for us. So, yeah, there's the book.
Okay, so we've got our final video. And this, again, is from Kate and Gavin Horgan. And he's the head of Millfield School in the UK, who both speak about using positive and empowering language to support
Let's dig into what dyslexic thinking skills are, how they show up in dyslexic learners, and how these can develop into valuable skills for the workplace. There are 7 dyslexic thinking archetypes in children.
No, that's the wrong video.
Most dyslexics are a combination.
Next. Again. Again. We're running out of time, so we're moving on. There we are.
Words are so powerful and so empowering, yet the language we use around dyslexia in education is really negative. Learning disability, learning difficulty, reading disability, executive function disorder, the list of negative terms given to it is endless. So it's no wonder that dyslexics often have low self-esteem and try and hide our dyslexia. Shifting the language from negative to positive is a small step that makes a huge difference in empowering your dyslexic thinkers at school and at home. Here are 3 things you can do to empower your language today. 1. Reframe dyslexia as a positive. See it as a valuable and different way of thinking, because when we do, it makes the world of difference to how dyslexic kids feel. We begin to build confidence in our abilities and self-belief that we can succeed. And this builds resilience, which is vital when we're working hard to overcome our challenges. And the truth is, this is the way the workplace is already framing it. Schools just need to catch up. British Intelligence Agency, GCHQ's former director, Jeremy Fleming, says, "People who think differently, people with dyslexia, are integral to my teams. And when I see dyslexic people in my teams, they are team players. They can see through the noise to see the facts. They are really good at simplifying." So it's no wonder GCHQ recruits 4 times as many dyslexics to their apprenticeship scheme than other organisations. Secondly, be positive and empowering when we're talking about dyslexic challenges. Research suggests that the ideal praise to criticism ratio is 5 to 1, meaning for every negative comment you make, you need to share 5 positive comments as well. So if you want to empower the brilliant dyslexic thinkers in your classroom, please choose your criticism constructively. For example, your dyslexic learners will have brilliant ideas, but they may struggle to organise their thoughts, which means they're slower to start a task and produce less in the time set. This can lead to our teachers or parents thinking we are not listening or trying hard enough. All too often we'll hear, "You must work faster, you need to focus, you need to concentrate." Sound familiar? Yet with extra time, using technology and a little understanding of how we think, we'll surprise you with our incredible dyslexic thinking skills of creativity, problem solving, emotional intelligence, or just seeing things differently. The third thing is how you talk about dyslexia in school and at home. This has a dramatic impact on how dyslexics view themselves and how their peers view them too. If you openly place importance on dyslexic strengths while being supportive of challenges, you will transform the lives of your brilliant dyslexic thinkers. Here are 5 positive ways to explain dyslexia. 1. Dyslexic brains think differently, and that's a good thing. Dyslexia is a pattern of strengths and challenges, and once you understand your unique pattern and get the support you need, you can and will thrive. 2. Dyslexics are extraordinarily good at certain things, like asking questions and solving problems, imagining new ideas and inventing things no one has ever thought of. The most important thing is to find what you're brilliant at and do lots of it. 3. The world needs dyslexic thinking now and in the future. The types of jobs available in the future will need the skills dyslexics have. So more people will need to think like you, like a dyslexic. 4. You may need to work harder on certain things like spelling or math facts, and it may take you longer to read or write things, but your imagination will take you to places others can only dream of, and technology is here to help you. And 5, many of the world's most brilliant minds were dyslexic. They saw the world differently and invented things we use every day, like the light bulb, the car, the iPhone, and lots more. And while they achieved amazing things, they struggled in school too. Now let's hear from Gavin Horgan, headmaster of Millfield Schools. Millfield was the first school in the world to support dyslexic thinking.
Since our founding in 1935, Millfield has been based on the premise that all dyslexic learners can learn just as effectively as any other child. In fact, often more effectively. This doesn't cost anything. This is as much to do with attitude and approach and a discipline to the way in which teachers and parents and everyone around a child handles that child in their care. Children are really canny and they read their adults very effectively. All the work that was done on the hidden curriculum tells us that children learn as much from the values of their teachers and the way in which those teachers teach them as they do the content that is taught to them. And if those teachers and parents show those children that they value dyslexic thinking, then those children recognize the importance of that dyslexic thinking. So, what do we need to do? We need to understand that what's good for dyslexic learners is good for all learners. We need to praise much more than we criticize. And we need to make sure that we are valuing and endorsing dyslexic thinking skills. Because at the moment, too much is done which denigrates dyslexic thinking skills. And that's where those canny children read that they're not being valued. And also where those children are located for their extra support and what we call that, the nomenclature that we use around that is really important. So why on earth do we call it special educational needs? Why don't we call it additional educational needs? Why don't we ask children to come to a learning development centre? Why do we use language which demonizes or alienates those children? Why do we put those departments often in the most humble building at the corner of the site where we create resentment from the children at being seen to go there? Why don't we nestle it within our best buildings, nestle it within our English department so that children and everyone see the importance of these skills and the need to develop those skills? So at Millfield, and this could be the same in any school in the world, children are celebrated for their brilliance, and we support the weaknesses that they have, but we acknowledge that they will all have brilliance and that those dyslexic thinking skills are positive things, not negative things. So don't ever stigmatize it, because if you do that, then not only do you alienate the children, but you also alienate the parents. And I think we've got quite a lot of work to do, haven't we, around that? Because probably 60% of dyslexic children will have a parent who has dyslexia as well. So organisations need to think about how we interact with parents. And if we do that effectively, then we'll get them on side. And then we'll get that amplification of parents at home supporting the positive endorsement that we've got at school.
I think we're out of time. So I'll just skip right to the end. So please, if you're a parent or a caregiver or a teacher or anyone who knows someone who's dyslexic, if you go to the Made by Dyslexia website, there is an absolute wealth of resources and it's all free. You can take as much training as you want or need, and it's incredibly, incredibly helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Tilly and Lisa. All right. So now we're going to get to the fun part. On Zoom, we have with us Kate and Josh. We're going to switch to that feed in a minute. And so Kate Griggs is the founder and CEO of Made by Dyslexia. She's a dyslexia and dyslexic thinking expert, a speaker, media spokesperson, and a campaigner. Josh is the head of the Landmark School. He has served as head of school at Landmark since July of 2022. So I have them here with us on Zoom for the Q&A segment. So if you have questions, I hope you've been writing them down. And just raise your hand and we'll have runners with mics to have you ask those questions. Josh, Kate, are you there with us?
and being told that dyslexic people have superpowers, but they also have kryptonite. So I've lived that as a child, and then into my own parenting when I realised that education hadn't moved on when I had my first son, and we actually moved to send both my boys to Millfield, and they've had the same experience of supporting for their challenges, but really focusing on strength. So I think it's my life's mission to make the world understand that, because in every single classroom you have 1 in 5 kids who are brilliant, but our education system is telling them that they're disabled and their thinking isn't valuable. And as we look at artificial intelligence taking over a lot of jobs in the workplace or working alongside us in the workplace, it's those dyslexic thinking skills that the world needs. And it's absolutely vitally important as educators that we change this outdated view of dyslexia to understand, yes, it comes with challenges. We can support those challenges if we have the knowledge to know how to do it. But now it is about really leaning into those strengths and supporting those kids. We just launched with Richard Branson actually in New York, we just launched the Intelligence 5.0 report, which we've worked with all sorts of amazing research and things in there. But one particular piece of research is with Randstad, who are the world's biggest recruitment company. And they have now found that dyslexic thinking skills are vital in every single workplace, in every sector worldwide. So we have to change in our education system, change this outdated view, and really move to this strengths-based model of viewing dyslexia.
Absolutely. Oh. A question over there.
Thank you. Mike? 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 Yeah? All right. Okay. Thank you. It did not escape me. It did not escape me for the 7 categories that Doc spoke about. Almost all of them has journalists as one of their strengths. And then in the last one, where the people, they are presenters. Oh, why? Have me evaluating myself as a journalist.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, so we got it. First of all, I see patients coming in, and I think it was only as I got older and parents are coming in, it's like, oh yes, I want to get my child tested for dyslexia, and they're describing the whole thing with the spelling and, you know, letters and numbers. And you just think like that's it. And then it was like interacting with them, I realized, wait a minute, I've had issues like since primary school. And now I'm so grateful for this presentation, because now it really does help to explain a lot of things about me too. I hate reading, I'm a visual learner, the whole thing about being able to present and everything. So, but a lot of these skills that they're talking about are what they call soft skills. So even in medical school, I had a pretty decent, getting older, I had a pretty decent memory, and I could kind of get through like learning new work, but I learned it best when I could relate it to other things. I think that's, and now I'm seeing my superpower, especially as a GP, I'm being able to have that lateral thinking, so I'm not like boxed in and I don't, you come in with a pain and like, oh, it's just this, you know, it's being able to like take little subtle things and kind of like figure out on a more lateral plane. So I used to tell parents all the time anyway, I was like, you know, even if your child has this, like, you know, I'm probably dyslexic and I think I did pretty well. But guys, I just added dyslexic thinking on my LinkedIn. Woo! I sure did.
Yeah. I think Kathy needs an answer to her question, Kate. Why are journalists in this category?
So I also think an awful lot of teachers or dyslexic thinkers are led towards teaching as well, just as a point. But So journalists are storytellers. They can simplify things. They can take lots of information and work out which are the nuggets that are actually going to make it really interesting for the public, whether it's written or whether it's broadcast journalism. So there is a really, really strong correlation between dyslexic thinking and journalism, which I know surprises lots of people because we associate dyslexia with being bad at the written word, but we're not. We're great at it. We're just not very good at the spelling, the punctuation, and the grammar. So I think also as we start using technology more and we start using AI more, that's going to become even more commonplace in your classrooms, that you'll see these incredible storytellers, these incredible communicators actually able to tell you what they know in the sort of traditional format of education. So it's no surprise. I mean, honestly, so many of the big journalists across the BBC, whenever I do an interview, a media interview, there will be somebody on that team who is dyslexic, whether it's the presenter themselves or the researcher who's doing the work behind the programme, or the camera people in the working in the studio. But yeah, broadcast media is really, really big place for dyslexics.
I have a follow-up for you. Something that has been bothering me for almost all my career as a journalist is if I am to cover an assignment, I cannot speak about it until I put it out. And the moment that I put it out, I forget it. I can't orally relate it to someone. I have to go back, listen to that story before I can recollect. So it goes away. If I'm to tell you about an assignment that I would have just covered, I can now go and do that story because it's all gone. I have to go back to a tape. Why is that, and is that a condition?
So Josh, do you want to answer that one? Because that's down to memory.
Sure, yeah. So, there's a variety of reasons, right? So as Kate mentioned, memory definitely plays a role with dyslexia. And I think what we find with all dyslexic learners is we learn really good learning hacks. So we figure out, what does it take for us to be successful? What do I need to do? And then we invest in that. So it might mean that sometimes we have a difficult time with retrieval, which means, so for instance, same reason we might have a hard time with spelling, or when we see a child sees a sight word like the, was, or it, and they know it 1 minute and the next they don't, it's this retrieval piece. So sometimes in our brains, it's like a crane's coming down to pull out what it needs, and it gets a little jumbled or lost. And so we need those learning hacks. We talk a lot about our we actually have a wonderful colleague, Robin Curnow, who is a CNN anchor for many years, who's obviously also a journalist, and talked about how much she needs to do to prep because she can't read the teleprompter, right? That's not going to help her. It's going to throw her off. So all of us, I think, find these ways to invest in what we're good at in order to kind of make our way through. And then we find that there's things that, we kind of struggle with. But again, we have a learning hack around it.
And I think I would also say, just from the memory perspective, as a journalist, you're having loads and loads and loads of information that you're having to assimilate and then communicate back out again. So there's an awful lot for you to hold in your memory. I have the same problem with things. I have to refresh my memory on stuff before I relay it again. So I think it's just making sure that you're bringing it top of mind.
We have a question. And I think that's why Kathy didn't give us the questions before our interview.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for bringing this, for everyone that's involved in bringing this great conference to us and creating awareness, especially when things like dyslexia is viewed in a negative light. So thank you all. And my question is, if each one of you could tell us what would be your top 5 tips that you would give to someone that has dyslexia?
Good question.
Top 5 tips. I'll start. I may not get to 5, and then I might send over to you, Josh, and come back again. The first tip is for a child or a parent or an adult with dyslexia, your brain is fantastic. You have an amazing, brilliant, valuable way of thinking. So make sure that you learn everything you can about your strengths. And your passions. Dyslexic people tend to be experts. They become experts at things they're passionate about. You will probably all recognize a child in the classroom who loves dinosaurs, a little kid who loves dinosaurs. Ted, my older son, was one of these kids. He knew everything about dinosaurs. He could tell you whether they were herbivores or carnivores or the year that they lived, what they looked like. He could draw them, but he could barely read and write. So it's about finding your passion and learning as much as you can and focusing on that strength. The second thing, advice I would give is tell people you're dyslexic. Dyslexia is kryptonite and superpowers. And if you understand it as that, and I know not everybody likes the term superpower, but I love it because it allows you to also talk about the kryptonite and be honest about your strengths. When you get into work, people don't employ you for the things you're not good at. They employ you for the things you're brilliant at. So find those and do more of them. And I think I'll come back with some more. Josh, fire away on yours.
Yeah, I'm going to try to think 5 too. So I'm going to echo what Kate just said about talk about it. I think too often with students, we want to protect them, or we're afraid that we're going to create a stigma around it. And I always say kids know what's going on. They don't have a narrative for it, but they know that they're having a difficult time with the task that the student next to them may not be. And if we don't give them the narrative, as Kate says, the superpower and the kryptonite, then the only conclusion they can come to is, well, I'm dumb, or I can't, or I'm stupid, or so on and so forth. So the best way to help them is not to protect them, but to talk about it, especially if we ourselves are dyslexic. Model it. I think it's so important as educators, we talk about, you know what, I really didn't like school. I really struggled in school. And here's why. And here are the things that I want to do to make that different for you. So I think that's really powerful. I also think as educators and as parents, we often want to understandably kind of invest in the struggle. We want to make sure that whatever you're having a hard time with, we want to make that the center of our focus, and we're going to help you get around that and remediate that. And all that's incredibly important. And I completely agree. But I always try to remind educators and parents, let's not invest in the struggle at the expense of the strength, right? So we're talking about 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, right? They're having a difficult time. We need to give them that extra support and that extra help, but we don't need to do it by taking them away from the soccer field or saying, you don't get to have time for creativity, or because of this, you're not going to be able to, play that video game you love, or whatever it is, wherever it is that they excel, we need to make sure that we equally invest in that as much as we invest in when they're having a hard time. Just because, as Kate always talks about, right, they're brilliant, right? So we don't want to lose that brilliance. But just the social emotional piece of it as well, we want to make sure that we're giving them that balance so that they have opportunities to excel and having opportunities to, again, get the support that they need. And then my third thing, and we can go back to Kate, but as educators, is to do the things that you're doing right now. We as educators, myself included, I spent so much time and money getting a degree and getting all this work so that I could become a teacher, to not know anything about dyslexia at the end of the day. Which I think is really tragic. So I think we have a responsibility to do what you're doing today. You're taking time out of your Saturday to figure out what is it I need to know in order to build classrooms for all learners, right? Not just some, but for all. So I think that's super important because there's so many things that we can do in our classrooms that can kind of ease the burden for dyslexic kids that aren't a major lift, don't require us to have a PhD in neurology, but doing what you're doing today, I think makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I think everybody thinks that they've got to be an expert at something before they can actually do anything about it, particularly with the sort of special educational needs or dyslexia space. But you don't. You just need to get enough knowledge to be able to make a difference. And a little bit of knowledge, just watching the training that we've shared, you guys have looked at some of it, I think, today, will enable you to make a massive difference to dyslexic children. That flipping the narrative and understanding the strengths as well as the challenges is huge. But the other thing I would say is testing, standardized tests, testing and measures are testing all the things that are in a dyslexic thinker's wheelhouse of challenge. They have such an impact on us if we just focus on those and don't acknowledge to dyslexic kids that those tests are going to be difficult, and it isn't a measure of what they're good at. It is a measure of the traditional education system that we work within. And I'm not totally familiar with what kind of standardized testing you use on the BVIs, but it's really, really important. In the UK and in the US, we have a real focus on those tests, the spelling, punctuation and grammar, and all of the sort of standardized thinking. And as you'll see in the Intelligence 5.0 report, which you can download from our website, AI can actually do standardized tests better than humans now. So we're really teaching those or testing those children with very outdated methodologies. So don't be afraid as teachers and parents to actually let your children know that the reason they're struggling with those tests is because they're dyslexic. And yes, they should try, but it's not a measure of their intelligence. And that's very freeing for anybody, I think, to really understand that. I think, would you agree, Josh?
Totally agree. I think one of the things that we forget as educators and as parents is that school is not real. Nowhere in life are we asked to do the things that we're asked to do in school, right? Our jobs, our professions, our success are not tied to the same things that we do in school. And so I think Kate makes this really good point that tests are meant to measure so often what a student can't do, not what can they do. And I think we need to build classrooms and build opportunities to allow kids to showcase all of their strengths, not just kind of put a spotlight on these areas where they struggle, which again are somewhat unique and novel to school and only school.
Absolutely. Josh, I love that you, as a principal of a school, say that school's not real. Everyone was nodding along.
Sometimes. I'm not going to lie. I get in trouble, but it's true.
Thank you so much. Well, we've got about, we got a question in the back.
Good afternoon, I think. So I have a question from an 11-year-old girl who knows she has dyslexia. So I'm going to try to sum it up how she stated. So she's aware that there are teachers who are harsh on students who have dyslexia. And one of her stressful areas is math. So she wants to know, what can she do to help stop getting so stressed or overly anxious, especially when it comes to math?
I'll just pick up quickly and then I'll hand over to Josh. Math is my absolute kryptonite. I do not know my math facts, don't know my times tables. I cannot do mental maths. But if you give me a spreadsheet, you know, CEO of Made by Dyslexia, I have to look at spreadsheets. I can spot patterns and irregularities in spreadsheets really, really easily. And as you get older, you don't need to have the rote learning that you're sort of crammed with at school. So I think often dyslexia, people just think it's only about words, but it isn't. There's a big part of it that is about math as well. So again, I think just tell her it goes with the territory. Even Einstein didn't know his math facts. So there are lots of brilliant scientists. If that's what she wanted to do, you think that's a sort of mathematical subject, but there are lots of people in those sorts of areas that are not good at the type of math facts and rote learning we're taught at school. So, but it is stressful. I can remember it well, and there's lots we can do to remove that stress. But I'll hand over to Josh to help with that one.
Yeah, I would completely agree with everything Kate said. I think one thing we can do for this sweet 11-year-old is kind of make that distinction between solving problems and knowing math facts. And they're two totally different things, right? It goes back to that retrieval piece. When I have to remember 2 times 2 is 4, that's a retrieval piece, right? That's actually, in the grand scheme of things, something a calculator can do for me. I just have to get to the point where I'm allowed to use it. Whereas, so I might be actually really good at working through the problem, and I might miss the answer, but I don't miss the process. And again, those are 2 different things. So I think that's important to kind of give them this larger understanding of your brain's brilliant. It does all these different things. Some things it does great, some things it struggles with. Secondly, I think we need to get in front of this teacher and have a conversation about why are we creating an environment that's anxious and stressful and hard for this poor child. Chances are we're asking her to do something in a time frame that's just not ideal for her, right? So just giving extended time might be a solution. even going through and saying, okay, you know what, I'm going to give you, it's a 25 problem test. I'm just going to give you the first 5 problems. When you have those first 5 problems solved, come see me. I'll give you the next sheet with the next. Because sometimes just seeing all those problems just overwhelms us, right? And just breaking it down into more manageable chunks. Things like that are small interventions that a teacher can take that you don't need a government order for. You don't need to have a diagnosis. You don't need to be an expert. You can just look and say, how can I make this a little less stressful and a little bit easier for this child? And it can go a really long way.
Exceptional tips. Thank you so much. As we wind down, I'd just like to share that what Josh just said, I've had that experience with my daughter recently where I've been trying for a very long time to get her to read chapter books, as in books without pictures and, you know, images. And it was overwhelming. That's what I realized. So I got one of those little colored strips and I said to her, only read the words you see in yellow. It was yellow. So only see the words you see in yellow. And before I knew it, she'd read a whole chapter and she'd moved on to the other one. And she was just reading what she saw in the yellow. So that's something, you know, what Josh is saying, like, break it down into bite-sized chunks. That's really, really going to help them because it's super overwhelming to have all of this information just coming at you with a dyslexic thinking brain. It gets exhausting. So I just want to say thank you to Josh and Kate for your time. We're going to be wrapping up now because it's lunchtime here. And I just want to thank everyone. If you can say a big thank you to Josh and Kate.
And can I just say a really, really big thank you to you guys for all you're doing. It's amazing. And we're just so delighted to be working with you. And thank you. You're going to change the lives of so many kids.
Awesome. We appreciate you too, Kate. You've done amazing things. You and Josh. Can't say it enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right, so we're going to be breaking for lunch in 30 seconds. Do we have any final thoughts or questions about what you've heard so far, or are we just going to mull over it over food? The latter, right? All right, let's go. I think the food's ready. Don't be shy. We've only got 45 minutes, so it doesn't matter if you're the first person at a buffet, just go. While we're grabbing lunch, I just want to make an announcement. We've got Therapy Works in the house. They're over there with the resource table. So if you have any questions about physical therapy or how it can help you, please just make your way over there and have a chat with the lovely team that's joined us here today. Also, we have a Wi-Fi passcode for those of you who've been having challenges scanning the QR code. Get your pens ready. Well, it's kind of harsh to ask you to get your pens ready while you're lined up, but I'll make an announcement about the number once you're seated. But I have the passcode for you.
Hello. Oh, okay.
Welcome. I think this guy goes without any introduction, but in case you don't know who he is, this is Sir Richard Branson. And I think we all know that you're dyslexic, and you're going to talk about that with us today.
Well, I just was saying in the back of the room that I am dyslexic, but I'm not an expert at dyslexia. So you've had Kate on earlier that is definitely an expert and a tour de force, and obviously created this wonderful organization called Made by Dyslexia, and also managed to get dyslexic thinking in the dictionary. So anyone who's dyslexic can now say they're a dyslexic thinker after their name, which is so we can be proud of being dyslexic. I was just saying, I said to my wife the other day, do you think I have ADHD as well as dyslexia? And she said, likely, but she said, you've also definitely got some kind of syndrome that hasn't been invented yet. Anyways, so if you want expertise about any syndrome, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Awesome. Well, I think the burning question on our minds is, how did you find out? Like, how did you know you're dyslexic?
So when I was at school, the word dyslexia didn't exist. Thank God. I mean, who on earth chose the word dyslexia for? Try asking a dyslexic to spell dyslexia for something, something. So I don't know. Some people like to make themselves feel important by coming up with the most complicated word for a problem that people have with spelling, etc. But anyway, now when I was at school, people just thought I was slightly stupid, and I would sit at the back of the class. I'd look at the blackboard, and it was a mumble jumble to me, and I just spent my time at the back of the class, doing the things that I was interested in doing. And fortunately, I was interested in what was going on in the world, and so bizarrely for a dyslexic, I was sort of plotting and planning a magazine to try to change the education system, because I thought it didn't suit me and it didn't suit a lot of kids. And it wasn't actually until I was an adult that I tested for dyslexia and found I was dyslexic. But in my case, I left school at 15 because school just did not suit me, and there was no help for people like myself. And interestingly, I think for a lot of kids at school, it's not just dyslexic kids, but there's a lot of things that are taught at school that are not relevant to a lot of kids. The 20%, 25% of the pupils' schooling is really relevant for, but for 60, 70%, a lot of schooling is not that relevant. So so it's not just dyslexics. I think it's other people as well. So for me, I got my education out in the real world, learning about life and learning to survive, and loving creating things. And I think a lot of dyslexics are good creators, and if they can concentrate on the things that they're really good at, they sometimes excel, and then maybe become good delegators at the things they're not so good at. How many people in this room are teachers, or how many are dyslexics, first of all, in this room? Not many people who are dyslexics. Kim, you may be a little bit. Anyway, she's a half dyslexic here. Lisa over there is a full dyslexic. So most people in this room you're dyslexic, okay, and you're dyslexic, okay. Well, maybe there are more, but they haven't owned up. Anyway, the three of us 4 and 5, we're proud to be dyslexic, and I think half the battle is actually making kids who have sight learning problems, not get too upset about it, and try to find that, what they enjoy in life, what they're good at. Most kids have something that they can excel at. I mean, it could just be that they've got a lovely personality, and that's worth triple A's in the exams if they've got a good personality. So just try to find what they're really good at.
I like that. Just channeling that power, that thing that you're really good at. I can't help but think about even my discovery of my dyslexic thinking, which happened just this year before I came to Necker, to that event where I met Kate and Josh and yourself again. I've often heard expressions like brilliant but lazy. So I remember that curve, the spikes and the lows, the spikes and the lows. And it's one of those things I think a lot of children and families, parents struggle with. They get those report cards back from school, and it's this like you said, he's stupid, he's lazy, it's not doing anything. What kind of advice would you give to parents who are just questioning right now, just kind of struggling with those sorts of reports?
Well, my grandson is dyslexic, and so we got our own club together, but he's got wonderful personality, and so he's got nothing to have to worry about. They I don't know. Do you learn languages in here? I think Spanish.
Yeah, we do Spanish.
Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least you're sensible and you do Spanish and not French. I mean, in Britain, they make kids spend hours and hours and hours learning French. It's an incredibly difficult language to learn, even if you're not dyslexic. And when people leave school at 18, they might just about be able to say "je t'aime," and that's it. And it just wasted so many hours of their lives. If they could have learned Spanish, at least half the world speaks it, and it could have been relevant to them. So my grandson is lucky enough to be able to get an extra bit of, a couple of hours or a week of tuition, but he loves puzzles and building things, and so just letting him excel at the things he's good at, and not too worried about the things he's not good at, but obviously giving him some help so he doesn't slip too far behind. And again, I think, like with all of us, just to try to make him realize he can be proud of being dyslexic. I mean, I stupidly, Gumption came up to me as I was just jumping on the boat and said, "You've got a whole lot of wonderful books from A to Z of all the people famous people who've been dyslexic, which were left over from some conference. You should bring them." And I just didn't have time. But I mean, to hand out books and of the incredible people from Einstein to Churchill who were dyslexic will help inspire these kids.
Absolutely. People relate to their heroes being dyslexic. And speaking of which, I think you're a hero to a lot of kids as well, Richard. I'm not just saying that because you're sitting right here next to me, but truly, I asked the question of a few kids, like, what would they like to ask you if they ever got to meet you, if you were here? So I think I should have two of them up here. Is Jasmine or Ava around? Are you feeling brave to ask your question? I see Jasmine there. Someone's got a mic? No? I'll run to you then. And stand right here with you. Okay.
One question that I wanted to ask would be about the animals on the island. How did you manage to get them and transport them?
Have you been to Necker?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have? You've seen them?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're lucky. We live on an island, so so the animals we don't want to go anywhere, we can keep on the island, and we don't have to worry about them disappearing. And the animals we do want to travel, like the flamingos, that was one of the reasons we brought them in the first place. So flamingos used to be in all the ponds in the British Virgin Islands for centuries. And then in early last century, they disappeared. And so what we thought was, if we brought 40 flamingos in, they need at least 40 before they start breeding, that hopefully they would start breeding, and hopefully they would start populating other ponds in the British Virgin Islands. And for 5 years we waited and nothing happened. And then 1 year we had one baby, and I remember the amount of interest this baby got was enormous. And since then we've bred 2,500 flamingos. So it's been wonderful. So if you go to Jahphix Bay, generally speaking, you're going to see a flock of flamingos there that, which basically are our teenagers that have gone over there, and then they come back generally to breed on Necker. If you go to Anegada, you'll see the ponds now full of flamingos, and it's been a wonderful success story. And we're doing the same with something called scarlet ibis. Has anybody seen any of our scarlet ibis over here? They are the most beautiful birds. They're the national bird of Trinidad. Again, they used to be here. They're maybe the most beautiful bird you could imagine seeing. So we have scarlet ibis, white ibis, and then if a white ibis and a scarlet ibis breed together, you get pink ibis. And so we got all three. And we don't keep them enclosed. We want them actually to breed and then travel around the BVI, and they've definitely been spotted on Tortola. Then we have the giant tortoises, which again, when this island used to be connected 10,000 years ago with America, and you would have giant tortoises and other animals roaming the plains, and then when the sea levels rose 200 or 300 feet, these islands were created. But giant tortoises would have once been here, and they're very, very precious. You can only see them on the Galapagos Islands and in the Alcadabra Islands in the Indian Ocean. Anyway, there's lots of other lovely species. I'm so glad you came. If anybody else wants to come, you should come over and see them sometime. Bring kids as well. Anybody else been and seen the animals? Some of you, great. Well, anyway, for those who haven't, you're very welcome sometime to come. Lemurs, lemurs were the most imperiled species on Earth. CITES 1, the very few left. Sadly, in Madagascar, where they're from, their habitat has been cut down, and they've been killed largely. And so we managed to get a few from zoos. We built the population back up again. They're the most friendliest of animals, and we've got six species of lemurs, and we have as many out and about as possible. And then we've got for kids in the BVI, because there's no zoo here, we're also adding one or two things that are not necessarily natural from this area, just so when kids come over, they can enjoy them. So we have two baby kangaroos, and two of our staff members have them in a pouch on their stomach, and they jump into the pouch, and they get bottle fed, and they are absolutely adorable. And they're both female, because the males can start boxing when they get bigger, so the females are really sweet all their lives. as I think my wife would agree, that females generally are very sweet. Yeah, so that's another treat in store for people coming. We haven't really talked about dyslexia, but I'm very glad to be able to tell you about the animals.
It seems you both
by the way, on public speaking, I remember when I was about your age, doing a public speech in front of people, and I just I just froze, and I disappeared into the crowd, and I thought that I could never ever do anything like that again. And my mum was still around, and she just said, just don't think about yourself, think about the audience. You just got to get out and be yourself. Anyway, so I've somehow overcome it. So anyway, lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
I think she's going to come see those kangaroos, right? Yeah. Ava, you ready?
Good afternoon. I was wondering, since I'm also dyslexic, what are some of the strategies you use when you feel overwhelmed by the amount you have to read?
By the amount you have to read, you said? Yeah.
Yes.
So I think I now I think I've sort of trained myself through a lot of that. So I can sort of fast read and pick the bits that are relevant. I think one thing that I do, which I think shouldn't just apply for dyslexic people, but others as well, is I take notes all the time. So if I'm having a meeting with somebody, I'll always be writing notes down. I'll be writing, because I just know that if I don't write things down, I'm going to only manage to sort of come back to somebody on maybe one point instead of the 10 points that that need to be addressed. So I think having a notebook to help clarify your thinking is really important and really helpful. And how's your writing?
My spelling's really bad.
But spelling doesn't matter, to be honest. We shouldn't say that if there's any teachers in the room. But you've got with Sorry, with technology. I mean, your spelling you're going to catch up in time, but you can, if you write something down, you can understand what you've written down. Can you?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. So I think I mean, just try to keep a tab on. I mean, if you make lists and write things down, and then obviously with technology now, you can improve. Learn from AI and other technology as well. Do they allow AI at school to help you?
For certain things. For some of the other things, they don't really allow it. It's more up to you and independent learning.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, AI is. I was talking to. That's another subject. I was talking to somebody yesterday who had a business idea, and he was asking me, do you think this idea is better than that idea? And then he said, my friend, I've been working with my friend in developing the idea and getting the legal side done and the accounting side done. And I said, what's your friend's name? And he said, oh, AI. And it was just, it just treated AI just like a human being. But I think for schools to really teach people how to use AI is so important. And actually a classroom, kids can ask a question and, the teacher can just put up on a screen what AI says the answer is, and then debate with the kids the answer that AI have said, and is the AI right? But I hate to say it, but AI is going to be a hell of a lot better than any of us in this room in their response. And But I don't think teachers should be afraid of it. I think they can embrace it and make AI relevant and teach kids, especially dyslexic kids, how to use AI and how to use technology to help you on the spelling as well. Anyway, good luck with it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I have two more questions from two more children that were not as brave to ask themselves, but Christina wants to know well, maybe you can answer this one. If you remember, why are teachers harsh on children with dyslexia? Do you remember your experience?
Well, I remember my experience well because I must have been beaten with a stick without any trousers on. I mean, just to show you the difference between how we were brought up. You either had 6 of the best or 12 of the best, and so being dyslexic wasn't much fun in those days, and the school system was horrendous. Just like so. Things have improved a little bit since those days, and I don't think teachers should be harsh on kids who are struggling with dyslexia. I mean, they should be encouraging, and then obviously the kids must try to show that they are doing their best, but teachers need to be encouraging, I think.
So true, so true. Well, I have a creative question for you now.
A creative question. Let me see if I have a creative answer.
So this is from Dylan. He says, what do you think about being an original character in his first video game design? And he sent through an image of you as a video game character.
I'm flattered. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the image yet. I'm certainly flattered. I've definitely been to the gym to the gym recently. My head has been reduced in size, but apart from, no, it's yeah, no, it's brilliant. I'd be flattered. Thank you very much.
I'll let him know. I must admit, Dylan is my son. I asked him if he had a question for you. Yeah, he's currently in art school, so yeah. All right, so that's to the point of encouraging children and their gifts, because as you say, find the thing they're good at and encourage it. And it's really hard for us, especially in our traditional upbringing, when a child says, I want to be an artist or a video game designer, you go, really? Why not a doctor or a lawyer or some other thing that's traditional learning? No offense to the doctors in here, sorry. But I had to step back from that and say, okay, go ahead. I'll see how this one goes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously we should all ideally do what we want, what our passion leads us to, and then if it doesn't work out, I mean, when I went and saw my dad at age 15 and said I want to leave school. We walked around the garden once, we walked around the garden twice, and then on the third time, he said, well, look, at least you know what you want to do, and if it doesn't work out, we'll try to get you back into school again later on in life. So I think, if you've got a passion for something, obviously, try to follow that passion. If it doesn't work out, then you fall back on a more conventional job, but I mean, I learned so much from. I mean, if you can start one thing that you're passionate about. In my case, it was the magazine for young people. Once you've learned the art of running a company, then it's relatively easy to then start another company, and then another company you've got a passion for. It's a matter of just finding the right people, making sure that those people are excited by the idea, willing to work sort of day and night to try to bring it to reality. And then, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You know, I think we've got in the BVI, we've had through Kim and the Unite Foundation, giving small loans to people who want to start businesses, and that was going really well. Then obviously COVID knocked it back a bit, and everybody back a bit. But hopefully we can get that ball rolling again as well.
Absolutely. Well, these are for you, actually. I'll just hand them to you. And if there are any questions anyone in the audience has, do you have a question for Richard? Come on, don't be shy. He's right here.
I was in Japan. I'd gone all the way to Japan for a university, and we'd finished the interview, and then the teacher said, "Any questions?" There was deathly hush from 3,000 people in the audience, and I said, "Well, look, the first person that asks me a question will get a free ticket from Tokyo to London back." And suddenly, about
I need one.
sadly, we don't fly from the BVI. Anyway.
Hi, Sir Richard. First of all, you have been such an inspiration to so many people for all of your innovations. I want you to just think about post and pre-diagnosis of your dyslexia. And can you just give us one pinpoint moment when you can look and say, my diagnosis or my neurodivergency was the biggest factor in me making this particular move in my life? Just, I mean, if you don't want, however much details you want to give us, but where do you see was your best example of that superpower?
Yeah, so sorry, I'm just thinking a long way back. So I think if I hadn't been dyslexic, I wouldn't have started a magazine to try to put schooling right. So dyslexia, you know, I've got dyslexia to thank for that. There have been occasions where it's got me into trouble. My very first skydive out of a plane, I pulled the cord that got rid of the parachute, not the cord that opened the parachute, and somehow survived. But that's another story. So as a dyslexic, sometimes I have to. One of the reasons I have to write things down just is to make sure I don't make mistakes sometimes. When we went to space, there was sort of they put stickers over, you know, certain bits of the spaceship to make sure I didn't touch them. Dyslexia comes out in people in different ways, and anyway, so that's one of my problems. I mean, a story which, if you haven't heard, is quite interesting. Is that, you know, we built the largest group of private companies in Europe and when I was 50 years old. I was having a board meeting, and somebody said to me, you know, gave me some figures, and I said, "Is that good news or bad news?" And they talked about net profits or gross turnover or whatever, and one of the directors said to me, "Richard, you don't know the difference between net and gross, do you?" And I went, "No." And he said, "How on earth have you managed to, build all these companies not knowing the difference between net and gross?" And I said, "Well, as far as I'm concerned, if I can create an airline that people want to fly on, I believe that more money will come in at the end of the year than go out. If I can create a cruise company that's the best cruise company in the world, I believe more." Thank you. More money will come in than at the end of the year than goes out, and I'll find somebody else to add up the figures and let me know whether more money's coming in than going out. But anyway, this director said, "Well, look, Rich, I still think, you know, that you should know the difference. So come outside, and he gets a big sheet of paper out, and he's brought his colors along. So he pencils the paper blue, then he puts a fishing net in the blue, and then he puts some fish in the net. He says, Richard, you know, that's your profit. The fish in the net, that's your profit, and the rest is your turnover. Sadly, I thought it was the other way around, so I thought I was doing much better. But anyway, keeping things simple, stupid, is a good way of helping dyslexics, you know, understand things, not complicating things, and also, you know, just worth pointing out that you can be dyslexic, and you can create some pretty special things. And you don't have to be good at everything. I mean, you know, as a dyslexic, you know, I don't fly the planes. You know, I get somebody else to fly the planes. You'd be pleased to know about that. You'll also be pleased to know I'm not the engineer changing the sparking plugs in the planes. Not that they have sparking plugs anymore. Anyway, but again, I think I'm good at finding the right people around us who can do these things. Thank you.
Amazing. Have a question in the back?
Also, Richard, I was just going to say, the reason why you pulled the parachute is because of the left and right thing, right? As a dyslexic, it's the...
Yeah, I think, have you had that problem, Lisa? All the time. All the time, okay. No. They have actually, the parachute, they've changed the... I mean, first of all, I got something called the Wally of the Decade Award from the Parachute Association. And they did have 2 red levers, and they've changed the color of the lever that you pull from red, and red you don't pull, and then white you do pull. Anyway, so in future, it'll be all right.
You've inspired change. There you go. Question?
Okay, so my question was about the Dyslexic University initiative that you guys have launched. Can you tell us some more about that?
The Dyslexic University?
Yeah, that you and Kate just...
I don't know whether Kate talked about it earlier, but so we have an organization called Made by Dyslexia that we set up a while ago, which Kate runs, and the thinking was just to have an online university that can help dyslexics. Now, I'm not involved in the nitty-gritty of it, and it's very early days for it, but I think over the years to come we can we can expand on it and make it something really special. But I know that there are some courses on it already, and dive in and see what you think. Good to know.
All right, Kathy has a question for you.
This one is kind of intrusive. Forgive me, but I need to know. Has your stutter been a complication for you, especially when it comes to being able to relate to person and have them understand you? And does that marries with your dyslexic condition?
Just to make sure I understood the question, has my stutter been a problem? Yeah. When I was first interviewed by Radio 4 many years ago, the interviewer sent me a tape. He'd actually gone through and cut all my ers and ums out of the tape, and he sent me 2 tapes, one with this beautiful fluent interview with no ers and ums, and then another tape. In those days they had reels of tape, which was twice as long with all ers and ums. And I think over the years I've done my best to overcome stuttering. I think there are some people who have really terrible. I mean, their stuttering is so bad they actually just can hardly be understood at all. And there was somebody on Necker Island actually a couple of weeks ago who took him till age 28 before anybody could understand what he was saying. And he was telling me about a program that can completely, can almost completely cure him, and you would not know he was once a stutterer. So if there's anybody in the BVI who's got really, really bad stuttering, I could try to introduce you to see if they can help. But I think whether I'm not sure that stuttering and dyslexia always go hand in hand. It just maybe slightly, maybe more so than normal. But I think stuttering is definitely a problem for some people. Have you had stuttering problems? Yeah, you sound very fluent.
Okay, we have a question that came in from online. First of all, do you play chess?
I love playing chess.
Awesome.
Yeah.
This question is perfect then.
Okay. No, I love. It's my hobby.
Let's see. Many say that chess requires seeing multiple moves ahead, similar to running a business. How has dyslexia influenced your strategic thinking in both chess and entrepreneurship?
Let's see. So with chess, I play it sort of instinctively. I maybe think a maximum of one or two moves ahead. So I haven't got the sort of chess brain to think, 5 or 6 moves ahead. But I just have a lot of fun playing it, what was the next question? Sorry.
Just how it's helped you in running your business, that strategic thinking. Yeah.
I think that dyslexia has helped me the most by being a good delegator. I think if you can, and this doesn't just apply to dyslexics, but I think being capable of delegating well, getting great people around you, not giving them not criticizing them, praising them. I mean, when I was leaving NECA, there were 3 part-time workers who'd come over to help with something, and it was lunchtime, and I saw they were sitting with two beers each on the steps, and I walked by them and gave them a smile, and they said, "Hi, Richard," and walked on, and I didn't need to say to them, you really shouldn't be drinking at lunchtime. Drinking alcohol at lunchtime. They will know. They won't do it again, I'm sure, the next day. So I think just trying to look for the best in people all the time is so important. My parents, as a kid, if we ever said ill about anybody, they would send myself and my sisters to the mirror, and we had to stand looking at ourselves for 10 minutes, and that was a good lesson, just to say, do not, look for the best, and lots of encouragement is important.
Amazing. I think, Lisa, you have a question?
We got a red dress and we got a yellow dress.
Hi. My question is, I think of Mia Motley, who is, for us in the region, such a force, on the world stage, especially with climate change. But we don't seem to have anybody geopolitically in the region who is a champion for different learners. And my question to you is, since you are familiar with the organizations in Europe and the other parts of the world, and you are familiar with certain Caribbean islands, if not most of them, how do you think, and I'm trying to channel Mia, but I don't have her gusto, how would you think that other developed nations can help us in the region? Because I know we have PAHO, which is part of the WHO, but how do you think then that that other first world countries can help us developing countries when it comes to children and adults who learn differently?
Um, I'm lucky enough to know Mia Motley quite well, and she is an extraordinary lady, and hopefully, you know, when the next position for the United Nations comes up, she'll be seriously considered for the job, because I think she could make a wonderful global difference, and it would be great to have a woman running the United Nations for once. Now that's meant to get me a round of applause from you girls, but anyway.
You heard it here first, guys. Yes.
I think, you know, I think the BVI has got enough capable people without needing to look to Barbados or other countries. You know, I think, you know, in this room you've got, you know, we just spent some time talking. I mean, there's so many great people here that I do think that that a lot of these problems you can deal, you know, sort out yourselves or ourselves without having to go and you know look to Barbados or other countries. Maybe we could talk offline about it further, but anyway. Yeah.
Okay, great.
You want to just do one last question here?
You have a question? All right. I think I'll beat you this time, Lisa.
Hello. My question is this. At what stage in your life did you discover you had dyslexia? And I know you touched on it a little bit, but if you can expand a little bit more. Once you discovered that you were dyslexic, did that change in the way you view yourself? Because I know sometimes we can be our own worst critics. Did that change the way you view yourself and the way you view others?
So, so I was in my 20s when I first came across the word dyslexia, and then you know, did a sort of a very amateur test to find out whether I was dyslexic, and you know, they said I was dyslexic. So so I think I mean what it said to me was, you know, we should try to see whether we can use the position we were in to try to help other people who are dyslexic. So so we set up a couple of organizations, including Made by Dyslexia, to try to you know, try to help, you know, guide you know, guide teachers and countries and other people who were dyslexic, and also just try to, you know, make other kids feel better about their dyslexia. And I think, you know, coming out and being public about it has been important, because you know, I've had lots of kids from around the world, and particularly the parents of kids, saying how much it's helped their kid, the fact that people like ourselves, myself and others, come out and say, you know, say we're dyslexic, and it makes it, you know, makes it easier for them to deal, you know, to cope with it. You know, in America they used to give drugs to kids who are dyslexic, and I don't understand that. I mean, at all. I just don't. I think you know, it's not a massive medical problem. It's as I said earlier, it's a positive trait that it just means that you're slightly different from other kids who don't have it. If that makes sense.
Hi. I got a question.
What's your name, please?
I'm Kim from Unite BVI. I don't know if you've noticed, but most of the room is exceptionally beautiful females. When you're doing these events globally, is it mostly females that you're speaking and interacting with on this topic? And how can we reach the males? What is it about this topic that we're really overwhelmingly on one gender? And how do we reach the other gender is my...
Yeah, it's a good question. and in America, in an election in 2 weeks' time, I hope they reach the males. But anyway, and knock some sense into them. But sorry, there we are. I shouldn't be political, but it's frightening the way America seems to be going backwards. But anyway, I think we can hopefully rely on the women to get out there and vote in huge numbers to suppress the males' thinking. How do we get the males to get involved in this?
You're speaking on behalf of all the men in the world.
Yeah, no, it's a big burden on my shoulders. Well, since she's pointed out that there's all females, I can't look up anymore. Yeah, well, you girls have quite a lot of influence over men, so you're going to have to use it. Use it to your kids' advantage, and get them. Get them to. Kim, I'm not coming up with a good answer. Help me. How do we reach the males? How do you think we reach the males?
I don't know if it's harder for young boys to come. I mean, maybe we open it up to the audience and say, how do we get to the boys? Because it's something that, I guess I see sometimes in the work that I do is that it's usually the women that we're speaking with. It's the women that are making the change, the women that are at the forefront, and not in every category. I don't want to knock on the guys that are in the room, especially. And thank you for being here, for the men that are here. But I think it is something that we need. Our young boys have got to have a way to get help as well. I mean, we've got young females and women here, but it would be great to.
Yeah,
hear
it's a really important question, because actually, if you go to the prisons, you'll find that a lot of male prisoners are dyslexic, and because they've had a tough time, just in school and so on, they can end up doing foolish things, it's definitely something you should all debate. I haven't got a magical wand for it though.
We have a suggestion here as well. Well, two here. I think we can listen to our women.
Well, I can only speak about myself and my experience.
Do you mind if you can stand up?
Oh, sorry. I can only speak to myself and my experience. I have a 4-year-old autistic, non-verbal son. He's awesome, and he loves rock. But his father's involved, but I'm the one asking the questions, doing the search, and I say, we're going to do this, and then he follows. So sometimes they are involved, but not as intent as us will look for the information, do the research, and they'd be like, tag along. So I would say, honey, we're going to do this. This is what we're going to do. I research it. He like, okay, let's do it. So some are very, very involved, but just coming to these things, they're like, okay, I'm going to go to work. You guys do this. We do the research. Yeah.
That's so true.
So let me let my neurodivergency work. Hi, Kim. So I do a lot of work in the community. So two suggestions that I could probably come up with. One is if it's for older men, well, actually both. But maybe getting to the men, bringing them out to things like this. Maybe get involved with like the Chamber of Commerce or something like that, and maybe show how it's an advantage in the workplace. Because it was amazing to hear Tilly and Lisa Ann talk about how it's helped them in their careers, and being able, like I said, I listed it on my LinkedIn, guys. I am now listed as dyslexic thinking, so I love it. But if you can show people how that is actually an advantage in the workplace and how it can actually improve and boost their, earning capabilities, I mean, use yourself as an example. And then for the younger boys, maybe working with groups like MAIL, or even, the Wellness Center be willing to work with you if you want us to put together a group of young people for you to talk to, and to kind of like just give like a mentorship talk within the community of kids who maybe have had the diagnosis, and so that you can help maybe just on a more individual basis to like empower them in that way. And next year when I'll put the suggestion to you, Simone. So maybe when she has the symposium next year, I'm pretty sure she's going to do it. Maybe for them to have like a one-on-one, the kids to get together and have a one-on-one meeting. It doesn't have to be in the same forum. It could be via Zoom or something, but just maybe for you, we're going to put you on the spot to be like the more mentor to them in that way.
You'll be running that program.
One last one over there. Okay.
On? Yeah. Just again to answer I was going to say Lisa again. I keep mixing you up, sorry, all the time. I think as well it starts in the classroom with teachers. So talking all the time about how our brains are different, how neurodivergence is norm, and boys are in that class too, and it just talking about it young. Yeah.
Hi. Boys generally learn differently and absorb information differently. So I don't think men would run to come to something like this, but we would because this is what we like. So maybe to reach the men, we have to do this, but differently. Meet them where they are, what they like at this age. I don't know, beach bar or whatever, maybe something, basketball game, but then you have a break and they're more hands-on. So theirs need to look hands-on, doing something that they like, and then we get our message across to them.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, women are much better binding together, and I was talking to my wife. She's 6 years older than me, and I was saying, why is it that women live 6 years longer than men? And so that means we're obviously going to die the same day. But she said, yeah, because we have all our female friends. We've got that collective of female friends, which so we've got something to live for. Guys are apt to be loners more than us women. So that there may be something in that.
Absolutely, she's onto something. 100 of my female friends are here today. Thank you so much, Sir Richard.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Lisa, you're up.
Okay, I'm that person that makes everyone stand up. Be known for that, sorry. Okay, how's everyone feeling? Feeling nice? A lot of information today, right? Information overload, which has been brilliant. So this is what we're kind of getting the idea now is that we've got all this information, we're sharing these tools, and I'm a big believer in that change happens when you feel it, right? So if I can get everybody to stand up and around their table, just to one side of their table, create a circle. And there needs to be about 8 or 10 of you around that circle. So to one side of the tables, create a circle. Sorry, everyone, we're going to do a group photo. So that's the real reason I got you to stand up. Should we do it this way?
All right, everybody come this way, everybody.
No. Stay that way.
She's right, backlighting. So everyone's going to be behind.
Sorry, Kathy says we stay this way for the lighting.
Dyslexic thinking.
Dyslexic thinking. All right. 2, 3. Dyslexic thinking.
Thank you. Since you're still standing, don't sit. Lisa's got something fun for us to do.
So if everyone can stand in a circle next to their table, and in your circle have about 8 to 10 of you. So if you can find your circles. So nice, yep, I'll let you form circles. Volunteers, if I wouldn't mind volunteers helping us form these circles, that would be great. There we go, perfect. Okay. That's it, yep. There we go. We've got a circle in the corner there, nice. We've got a circle here, brilliant. We've got a circle. Oh, a big circle here. Yep, there we go. And can we have a circle in the back? There we go, thanks Tilly. We've got a little circle here. Got a little circle, love that. And a circle there, a circle here. Okay, all right. Have we got, where's Lisa? Have we got Lisa, someone else? So I'll come here. Okay, so we've got volunteers stood next to every circle, apart from this one. I'll come and do you guys. So if you just leave the bag on the side, yeah, and I'll come over to you guys. These balls represent tasks, okay? Everyday jobs. Everything we do, picking the kids up, another work deadline, someone's called in sick, all different kinds of jobs, okay? So the aim of this game is to keep our balls in the air, so don't drop the ball, okay? Do you think we can do this? Love it. Love it. Okay, so I'm going to give you a bit of time, and who knows how many balls you're going to get, okay? So, take it away, guys. Okay, guys, just going to bring that to a stop. Bring that to a stop. Everyone just stop. Everyone stop. Can I get everyone's attention? Okay, so, did all teams drop the ball? Which team didn't drop the ball? Okay, these guys over here did it more or less straight away. I don't know how they did it because they were the biggest team. But they literally listened to each other and they were like, well, why don't we just pass the ball round? And so they kept passing the ball round. Is that what you guys did? I didn't see any other teams that did that. Anyone got there? You guys did? Woohoo! Okay, so in this world, right, We all have different personalities. We all have different ways of thinking. And we have to navigate the world by communicating with each other to keep our balls in the air, right? So we need a community. We need to be together. We need to work out ways of communicating. So that was just a good way of kind of going, actually, normally it's pretty hard, right? Okay, what I'd like you to do now, and I just want us to think, because this might take a little bit more thinking. I would like you to throw the ball round to the person next to you and keep it up as much as possible, but using your non-prominent hand. Okay? So I'd like you to just do that and keep that going for a little while. I'd like you to just throw it gently. Rather than pass, I'd like you to throw it gently. So rather than pass it to each other, I'd like you to throw it gently. So rather than passing, just throw it gently with your non-prominent hand. Okay. Okay. And when you're ready, you can bring that to a close. You can bring that to a close. So I'm going to ask you now, anyone, you can bring it to a close. How did it feel? How did it feel when you were throwing it with your left hand? Sorry, 1 second.
You use a lot more brain power with your non-dominant heart. Yeah.
Feels more difficult.
Feels more difficult, using a lot more brain power. What did you guys think?
Focus a lot. You more focus. You have to focus.
Brain power, focus a lot. These guys are just too good in the corner. They're all over it. They were doing it fine.
What about you guys?
It called for more strategizing.
Strategizing.
I agree.
A lot more focus. You had to concentrate and basically talk it out to make sure that everyone gets it going.
Keep the communication going. Yeah.
So the strategizing, the concentrating, the using more brain power, and the focus. And I just want us to kind of think about having a neurodivergent thinking. It's kind of like that, living in a world sometimes where you might just skip a beat or miss something. You can often sit in the middle of the room and think, am I 2 steps behind? Or actually, am I 2 steps forward and everyone else is behind? But it's just, again, it is about communicating in the world. We have to find ways to communicate with each other. But sometimes with neurodivergent thinking, you just need to take a pause and just have a little think. And yes.
The first activity gave me a headache. And honestly, that's why I'm saying it was just too many balls coming to me at once. So I got kind of frustrated and confused. I got a headache. But the other one was more focused because you were just throwing the ball and you had to stay focused. But the first one, it was a headache.
And I think sometimes that is what the world generally is like, trying to focus, right? It can give you a headache balancing all those balls. And yes, so having to focus and concentrate and use more brain power. So, like I said, we just want you to go away also feeling it today, not just with our brains full. And I hope you enjoyed that and took something away from it. All right.
Thanks, everyone. Wasn't that fun? Hopefully it shook off a bit of the itis. All right, so we're winding down. We have to stop on time, okay? So I was just told I have 20 minutes. So I'm going to ask Victoria and Afia to come to the stage, please. And they're going to have a mini conversation with us about their world and what's happening. Oh, sorry, that is Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Giors, otherwise known as Afia and Victoria. Okay, so then, Afia, tell us what's new? What's going on in education? What are all those amazing things I've been hearing you guys are doing out there for the neurodiverse community? Take it away.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Just for a little background, I am the education officer for special education within the Ministry of Education, and a lot has been going on. So where do I begin? First off, we have begun expanding our human side of services. So I was just sharing with a person in the room that when I first started about 10 years ago, we only had about 5 of us. Now we're up to 50. So we are making some human capacity. We're increasing as time goes on. We have different areas within education that caters to neurodiverse students from grades K all the way up to grade 12. We do have intervention services as well as individualized plans for our students, and they go from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. Next year, we are hoping to open our new special ed school in King John's Hole in Bowtown. If you see it by the Innis Scatliff, Alta Scatliff area, that building is under construction. It would be one of the state-of-the-art facilities in our region, very high-tech. So we are proud of that initiative. I am very proud of that we are making some strides to not just educate, but meet their needs within the scope of our system. We've done a lot of trainings for our teachers over the last 3-4 years. So just a little story. Up to Thursday, one of our teacher trainees, I met her, and she was placed to teach our neurodiverse students at the secondary level. And she said to me, plain, she didn't want to go there. Because again, there's stigma. We're working on the stigmas. We are working on it associated with this population of students. And she said when she got in there and she started, she said, wow, I could see myself doing this. And now she's going to start her degree in special education. Hey. So I think the climatization of our teaching population and getting the exposure, they're now opening their eyes and their self to learn more and want to make conscious changes to meet all the disabilities that are presented within our scope of education. So I think that's a nutshell. We still have some work going on behind the scenes in terms of policies and so forth, and we're making some strides. So keep a lookout for education. We are moving. We are moving.
Hello, good afternoon. I just want to say thank you first for being here today. It's Saturday. This is the day we do our laundry, we go shopping, we meal prep for the week, maybe clean the house. And being here is a big time commitment. So I really thank you for coming out. It's hard. We've all had a long week. So thank you. I'm super excited here. I see a lot of faces I know. I know parents, I know educators, I know retired educators. And I think it's fantastic that you're all still here with us. You're willing to have open minds, open hearts, the best interests of your child and the other children that you might meet in the classroom. Every single person in this room is an educator, whether you're a parent or whether you're actually in the classroom. You are all educators of children with additional needs. So I think it's fantastic you've come out. I just want to share with you, in those folders that you were handed as you came through the door is a resource. It was an infographic that was put together by Felice Swap. And this is a fantastic resource. In here is basically everything that you need to know. So it all starts with you as educators or parents, recognizing that you have a child or a child in your classroom that may have an additional need. You have the best instincts in the room. You spend the most time with the children, and you will know something's harder work than it should be, you know? Why is it taking them so long to pick up those books and start reading? You know, there's signs, there's indications, and you know, and you have to trust your instincts. So you trust your instincts, and you want to get on it right away, because the earlier you trust your instincts, the earlier we can start intervention. I have a child who has dyslexia, and I had to fight for her. I'm a teacher, I'm an educator, I have a background in special educational needs, and I still had to advocate for my daughter. And that's what you are in this room, you're advocates. You have to advocate for your child, your students. So, following Felice's nice chart, you recognize, you trust your instincts, and then you want to start talking to people. So Miss Simone here has a wonderful form that she has available that can help you. Do you want to, what's it called?
Oh, yes. I call it the caregiver assessment form. Essentially, it's for you to think about it, to sit and think about your child, what their needs are, and you write it down. But we're doing it a little bit more high tech. It's a Google form. So if you ever need it, just my phone number is everywhere out there. WhatsApp me, I can send it to you. Once you've done that, what Lemonade is offering is that I can then help you put together a dossier, which is basically a summary of everything you know about your child. Because you know when you go to get reports done or assessments done, it's usually like 10 to 20 pages long. No one is reading that. I will help you summarize it, especially the recommendations of it. I'm not saying to not do it. Let me be clear on that. You should get your assessments done. But once you have it, I can also help you with that process, and we put together this simple 1 or 2 page document that you can take with you, as Victoria is saying, to a doctor or to an educator, and have those conversations with them about your child's name, because you are their biggest advocate. You have to be the one doing this for them, all right? I can't emphasize that enough. And again, I do this to you guys for free, So I've done it already. Miss George can tell you, I handed her the folder with my daughter's stuff. That's what I'm empowering you to do as well. Just create that little folder with the 2 pages in it and hand it over, or go into those conversations. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a huge amount of resources available here in the Virgin Islands now. When I first arrived 28 years ago, we didn't have occupational therapy. We didn't have speech and language therapy. If I wanted a student to get an assessment, the parents had to get on a plane to Miami and pay $2,000 for the assessment. They had to get on a ferry to St. Thomas and get services over there, which meant multiple visits. So the resources are here. On that table in the back, and also put up around the room, there's information about the resources. So the resources are here, and we can meet your children's needs here in the Virgin Islands. The identification is a huge part of the process. Once we have those needs identified, we can find ways to work with all the children. That's what we want to see. We want to see them making progress. Early intervention is the key. And then the final piece of it is your children will start to self-advocate. And to me, that's the magic moment. I work with students from age 3 through to grade 12. And I'm going to call his name. He's not in the room, but his mum is. One thing I really wanted for one of our students is for him to be able to self-advocate, and it took him a while, but in his final year of school, he went to our curriculum coordinator, and he said, "Excuse me," he said, "we're overloaded, we're overwhelmed, we need a day." And he sat down, he had a conversation, he advocated not just for himself, but for the whole class. And so they took a day. They took a day and they worked through this massive pile of work. The teachers were off timetable. They sat with the students, met with them one-to-one, conferenced, and those children got what they needed. And that was one child that self-advocated. And I was like, okay, I'm done. He doesn't need me anymore, right? Once they've got that self-advocation, they're off and at university, moving on in the world. So we have still lots of work to do. One of my big goals, my personal goals this year, is to be helping out with the public schools as well as the private schools. We have 7th of November, we're doing a professional development led by a Canadian educator about universal design for learning, which is a system that is built to reach all learners. We've got 46 teachers signed up. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Siboney School is joining the conference. Montessori School's joining the conference. Miss Tilly in the background. So, you know, it's a small community, but we've got so many resources within. So that's my plan for this year, to be getting us together more often and seeing how we can best reach all of the learners here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Aren't these ladies amazing? Well, I don't know. Does anyone have any questions for them? Now's the time. No? We're done? You have a suggestion?
Having sat through today and learning all that I would have learned, I would love to see through Lemonade and advocacy for us to try to remove her from special needs to additional needs, because when we look at it, we all have a need, whether you're dyslexic, whether you're not dyslexic, yeah, I stuttered, yeah, a little bit, I have that. Yeah, so whatever the condition is, and that I can see helping to break the stigma that is attached to persons who have additional needs.
Can I add something, Simon, that
Yes,
I forgot?
please.
So also, now that Kathy alluded to that, it just came back to my mind. This year, we rebranded our name for that reason, as some of that reason. So we are the Exceptional Education Unit. So we cover all exceptionalities. And you're not looking at just what they're limited as. Yes, I'm trying to keep it in the front of my mind as well. So it's a work in progress. But that's who we are, and that's what we promote within the education. We're an exceptional unit. What we do is not the mundane. We look at the extraordinary skills of our students, and we harness those. So that's just a plug.
That's amazing.
Well, it's the unit within the program. So we were the special ed unit, but now we're the exceptional education unit as a name change, just for a start. So we're working to build the capacity of that.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Language matters.
Hi, Victoria. You mentioned a few schools that you're targeting. Not all of the schools. Okay, because I was just about to advocate for my child's school and to ask how we can get on to the program as well. So we can talk after. Thank you.
Any further comments, questions?
Good afternoon. So I see a lot, well, I'm from Amosal High School, and I see a lot of people here who, you know, they're either a counselor or an exceptional education teacher. However, I'm a music teacher, and we're not in the other departments who y'all are focused on that, but yet we still have to teach these students. And I know there's one time they mentioned in one of these sessions that a lot of these neurodiverse children, they have neurodiverse parents. They also have teachers who could be neurodiverse as well. I feel that the focus is usually on the children and not on the parents and the teachers who have to engage them. And I feel like I'm asking for, well, I'm advocating for support for us, for teachers who have to deal with the neurodiverse students and the neurodiverse parents, and also for parents. If we could have more sessions where we're educating parents and teachers as opposed to focusing on the students and whatnot, because we have to teach them.
You're striking the nail on the head. Effie, you want to go first, or should I?
I could add my piece from the education standpoint. So, as I mentioned, we've done a lot of trainings. Maybe we need to do a lot more targeted training by departments, units, sections like that. I know that through the Institute of Learning coming up, we have a special education section of training for teachers. No, it's not outside of the schools fair, but it's public school. But it's not mandatory, so it comes down to choice. So we have to kind of meet them in their spaces. So I take your suggestion. I've thought of it and how it would look, but we have to attack our teaching population where they're at in their spaces, because like we rightfully learned today, some of the challenges are comes down the line. So the parent, the teacher has it, they're not aware that they may have a neurodiversity as well. And they have students, and they don't know how to engage them on that level.
I also want to add, whereas you have the exceptional education departments, and they would specifically deal with those students, in our classes, day by day, we have to deal with from, the entire spectrum. So it's pretty difficult, I would say, because when you get a student with an IEP or IEP, you now have to teach to them. You also have to teach for the other student. It's a lot. It's a lot mixed up, and then the resources and the spaces that we have to teach, etc., etc. So I'm excited.
Good. That's a good start.
I really want to make my classroom a space that's diverse. I can touch quite a few students. However, I need to be able to.
And I'm glad that you're excited. That's a start for me. So we will connect, and we will move forward from there. From the parent standpoint as well, just this summer, my unit had this discussion about how can we reach our parents, because for the lack of a better word, they are not always supportive or knowledgeable as to what their child needs or the difficulties are. So we've been brainstorming of how, but we do have lemonade. And I do refer a lot of the parents there. I'll use an example today. She left, but there was a parent here that we just had a meeting with on Wednesday. Her son has severe ADHD, has been causing some disruptions, and we were trying to figure out where do we go. There was some hesitation on her part as to what she needs to do for him, whether it was medication, treatment, whatever. But when I went to her after, I saw her, and she was very moved by Simone, and I can't remember the other parents who it was sharing. And I went to her, and she said, okay, I could do this. So she felt, so spaces like this help parents to see that you're not alone, and it's not something that you're walking this journey by yourself. There are others who have walked it or on the journey still, and there's success where this child was in the school system and now at college and making strides. So you see some sort of projection for your own. So I think with Lemonade, that's a good starting ground for parents to get on board, get the knowledge that they need. I usually refer them. I encourage my unit to refer parents who are a bit on the edge, because I don't walk a lot of parents' shoes. When I first started, that was my sales pitch. I had to find a parent who walked the similar journey to the parent, to be there to voice with me, because I could only speak from an educator standpoint. A parent would always say, you don't know what it's like. You don't know what I have to deal with in the nighttime when they don't want to sleep, and they have me up 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and you're telling me do this, but you can sleep at night. So a parent to parent helps to break the ice and to soften the need for collaboration and better support. And we also, later in the year, we have to change it now, Exceptional Education Day. Last year, we had a family fun night. And I think that's another way to get parents and families together from the education standpoint to say, again, you're not by yourself. And give you that space where you feel free to let your hair down for a minute, enjoy good company, play some games, enjoy each other's time, so that you feel like as an education system, we value you. So when we're asking you to do something, you know, you understand that we support you just as much as you support us.
Wow. She just said everything I was going to say. Thank you. Truly, it's important that we come together as parents. I see we're at time, but there are a few things I need to say before we go. First of all, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank all of you for being here today. This is important. Is Kim, could you come up for a minute, please? So this is all possible today. You've seen people in the Unite BVI, lovely blue shirts. You see the banner over there, these guys.
Because of you. We did the easy stuff. You did it. So.
But truly, I do want to say, though, I'm going to tell you what's happening here now. So Kim is going to tell you what's happening. She's going to help me with this. You ready? You ready? Okay, so this counts as training for you, okay? This counts towards your, is it professional hours teacher. So every teacher here today, it goes to your hours, okay? And to make it official, you all get a certificate on your way out.
Yes.
So Kim is gonna say, you remember what? Just a second. It's a little technical, difficult. We're neurospicy, so it's okay. Yeah.
I got it.
Okay, we're ready. We're ready. All right.
All right. I'm going to get you all to do one quick thing. Just give me a little tap on the tables. A little drum roll. Good. A little louder. A little louder. Get the feet involved. All right. Allow me to please announce that you are all certified to empower ADHD and dyslexic thinking. Woo!
Awesome. I knew she was the perfect person for this. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, don't forget, collect your certificates on the way out. I want to say a quick, yeah, we're at time, but my timekeeper is just going to have to give me 5 minutes. Just quick closing remarks. Thanks to all of you for being here today again. I'd like to thank our sponsors, because since this is our first symposium, I think it's important we say so. So Unite BVI is here in the house, as I said. They made this possible. We have a surprise for you that we're going to say on your, we're just going to tell you in a minute, but we have additional sponsors for that surprise, and they are Tortola Vision Center, Premier Dental, Alfonso Warner Insurance Agency, Kendall Law, Samuels Richardson & Co., Julian Physical Therapy. Should I say it, Lisa? Sorry? O'Neill Webster. That's it? Yeah? All right, cool. And I would like to also thank the panelists, the presenters, everyone that took the time today to say something, everyone that asked a question out there, but was brave enough to ask a question in the audience. I would also like to remind you to scan the QR codes on your desk to do if you haven't done it already. I'd like to thank my volunteers today. You would have seen a lot of teenagers around. They're also earning their community hours, so Lemonade is making that possible for them as well. I'd like to thank my committee. I can tell you, I have some amazing, you know what, you guys just come stand here while I'm talking. Like, I can't just take the stage. The dream team, can you come over here, please? We have one person missing, unfortunately. Well, fortunate for her, she's traveling. But Felice Swap is also part of this team. So it's Marvelyn Baker-Smith, Dion Borland, Marsha Pemberton, Victoria Gios, Lisa Ann Redford, Tilly Bruce, Lisa Julian, and me. These ladies, amazing. I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for this dream team, okay? Just want you guys to know that. They rock. Yeah. All right, so now, who wants to say it? I'm going to say it? Okay. So, each of you can stand and then look under your chairs. There might be something waiting for you. Did you find one? Oh, we got a winner over there. And another one there, and another one there. It should be quite a few of them. Just do me a favor. All right, we should have 24 winners here today. So just, yeah. What you do on your way out, could you just give your name and your email address to somebody at the registration desk so we can get in touch? And please email the email address you see on that prize. So congratulations to the winners. And she doesn't even know. She's dancing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are now done.